All right. This is weird. Okay, how's everybody doing? We got here Wild Slicer Tier 1, Dead Pixel Studios. What's up, Dev? Hello, hello. So we're trying something out today, guys. You let me know if we drop any frames or anything, okay? 70% of the GPU over here, okay. Basically, I found a way to stream to you guys. Hopefully the stream looks normal. And also at the same time, I am recording the stream in TikTok Shorts, YouTube Shorts format, so that vertical format. So everything that we're doing on screen right now, my webcam, all that stuff is being saved as a video file in a vertical format so that I could just clip it up and then just post it straight to YouTube Shorts. So we're gonna do some streaming today. If we get something I think that'll turn into a good short content, or if you guys think will be a good short content, just let me know, and we'll see how this works. I don't really exactly know. There's supposed to be a way that I can like clip things with it, but we're gonna learn today. We're gonna find out. Okay, I'm gonna try to look at the camera more too. True North, what's up? How you doing? So, I believe, was it Saturday? Was that the last day we streamed? We were working on the water monster, so I kind of want to get him wrapped up, and then we'll see where we're going from there. Dustin, my dudes, what's up? How you doing? You missed the last stream? You missed the bulk of the water monster. Do you really want to know? I don't know. I'm scared now. I'm scared. Let's get this loaded. I think it's gonna load me straight back into the hospital, but we'll see. I was yesterday I was working on the after credits sequence, and I'm liking how it is turning out. However, I do feel like the shot feels way too static, right? So I got to figure out some camera transitions or something. I don't know. My wife was getting bleeding nose because of drying machines from the roof leak. Oh, are you talking about like the fans? That sucks. It's like super dry here just in general, so we deal with that stuff a lot too. Dehumidifiers? Oh, yeah, makes sense. If you have a leak. Oh, let's see. Oh my god, they didn't set it up right, so they got to come back and fix it or something. How does the stream look? Does the stream look less washed out to you guys? I played around with some settings to hopefully make the stream maybe look a little less washed out. Not necessarily my face, not my webcam, but the actual like engine and stuff. Does it look better to you guys? I'm hoping it looks a little bit more colored and not so washed out. Looks fine to you? Okay. What's up, Oberon? How you doing? Open, so the moisture is taken out from the entire house. Jeez. Can't read the text in the right pane. This stuff. Oh, is it just because of the chat messages, or are you just saying it's not clear? Sakamaka. It's not clear? Huh. Okay. I wonder if it's blurred? Oh, why does that look different? Oh. I wonder if there's a way to sharpen that up for you guys. It should be at 1080p. YouTube is worse? Oh, man. Okay. You don't know how others see it. Got it. Channel information at the bottom right is legible, but UE text is blurred. Huh. Yeah, so True North, it should be recording this completely separate. Honestly, right now, the way I have the TikTok stuff set up, you can't even see any of this side stuff. It's just the stuff in the middle of the screen that you can see with the vertical format. And so I'm gonna have to make sure I remember to pull stuff kind of to the center of the screen for people to see if I want to make a clip out of it. Is it only me who can see it clear? Can you see it clear? For the people who have an issue, what quality setting are you on the stream? Is it 1080p 60? Because I mean, I can legibly read it, but I'm on my monitor. Are you on your cell phones? Yeah, because it should be 1080p 60. It looks clear to me. You're forcing 1080p instead of auto, which should be fine. It kept bouncing around, or you're not. You're forced. Okay, so if you're forcing 1080p auto, okay. It could be that I am pushing a pretty high bit rate. So if your internet, like I think we're at 6,000 bit rate. Auto, you're on monitor 1440p monitor. It actually looks decent to you. Okay. What's up, Eva? How you doing? Interesting. Well, I appreciate you guys helping me. Usually too dark, but now okay. Yeah, so I kind of increased the brightness a little bit, took some of the whitewash out, hopefully. I messed around with the video settings a little bit. I can read, but it's blurred. Okay. So like this stuff is blurred. I don't know if there's a way I can put it out at any higher quality. Because I think 1080p is the highest you can go, right? I wonder why it does that. Just maybe compression? Do you guys think it's just the compression? I'm not sure what it looks like on YouTube. Let me look at YouTube real quick. Wow, the bitrate looks bad on YouTube. Why is the bitrate so weird? Huh. I wonder if, do you think it's Restream that's doing that? It's still kind of washed out on YouTube too. I wonder what's going on. Restream's likely the main issue. Force the max settings, maybe. Yeah, I don't know, because usually I used to stream just to Twitch, right? And now I'm using Restream so I can try to stream to all the other places. And I'm wondering if, like, because Restream has to take the input, right, and then has to split it out to the other sites. I'm wondering if there's some sort of, like, data issue through Restream. It's being weird. It's being weird, chap. Twitch still looks the best on my end. I wonder if they prioritize Twitch. I mean, we could stop the stream and restart it just on Twitch to see. Chris, it's just that, like the text up here in the top right and all this other stuff is looking really blurry, and I was just looking on YouTube myself and it looks really kind of like compressed, like the bit rate's all screwed up, but I'm pushing. Just double check my bit rate. Yeah, we have 6,000 bit rate, so I'm not sure. I think it might be a Restream issue. Looks fine here. What's up, Andre? How you doing? I think it's still viewable. I wouldn't stress too much. You know, I just want to make sure that quality is, you know, good. I mean, here's the thing. At the end of the day, I don't want to degrade the quality to have to stream it to multiple platforms. It's just washed out look to it. Weird. Because that's not what it looks like on my end over here. Which is, by here I mean my streaming PC. I don't know, it's weird because like when you push your desktop stuff over to a streaming PC, it goes through the capture card, and then it comes up like almost like a webcam would come up, or you know, whatever, a camera. And it causes, like, you have like settings that you can change the brightness and all this other stuff, and the contrast and the hue and saturation and stuff. And that's what I was playing around with to try to get it to look more like this. And I feel like when I look at my laptop screen and I look at this, I'm like, they look fairly similar, but then I go on to like Twitch or something like that and it looks washed out or something. So I don't know. I've had this problem for a while. Yeah, that's the thing, Chris. We don't know if it's like Restream that's just causing like bad bitrate or bad something like that to get when it pushes out to the other platforms, or if there's momentary dips because of, you know, Restream's bandwidth, right? Can you make the text white? Does the editor allow that? It looks gray. It is white. I mean, it might be a little gray, but it's white. I don't know. How does this area in here look? I wouldn't worry too much about the text for right now. I mean, like, there's this. How does this look to you guys? I have this blown. I think I have it normally like this, actually. This is kind of how I'd have it on stream. Is this? How's this look to you? That's fine? Let's move on. Okay. Okay. Well, as long as you guys can read this, and you guys can see what's going on in here, I don't think it really matters too much what's going on out here. If anybody has any specific questions about something they can't see, can't read, whatever, just ask me, and then I'll let you know what it says or whatever. let's just put it that way. How about that? Does that sound like a plan to you guys? We can just move on. But glad to have everybody in here. Hopefully you guys are having a good, what is today, Tuesday? I always forget what day's what. Tuesday. Okay. Hopefully you guys are having a good Tuesday. We're going to try and finish up this water monster. So I think where we left it was, it makes sound, it makes splashes, it roams around, it can hear the player, it will run at the player if it can hear it. Question for you guys though. Should we make its run speed the same as the player's run speed, or maybe slightly faster so it can catch up to you? Because right now, if it starts running at you, all you have to do is just run away, run away, run away, turn a corner, and then stop running, and then it will like run past you, or it'll run up towards you and then like stop, and then it'll just start pathing again. Do you guys think that we should make it so that it could catch up to you, so like you have to try to like break line of sight and get away further? Or like, what do you guys think? Because right now you could just literally turn around, you could like backpedal, run away from it. What's up, Second Favorite? How you doing? Sounds great. Variation on speeds so that it's not always going to catch you, but it can. Okay. Okay. I don't hate that. Like, we randomize its speed whenever it hears a noise or something like that. We say like it can run this speed or it can run that speed, so like you can't really like you can't really game it too much. Yes, I believe it should be a threat, so you have to break line of sight. Okay. But if it's impossible to get away, then it's no fun. Well, so the idea, Oberon, is that you have to get just far enough away from it so that it stops hearing you, and then you just stop moving. Or you can kind of continue to walk, moving away from it, because like walking makes less noise than running, and running, like, it's like a radius, right? So like it amplifies your running noises a lot further, but your walking noises they have to be closer to hear walking noises. And then obviously if you're not moving at all, it just doesn't make a sound at all. Imagine having to pay out. Oof. That is rough, True North. That's a lot of money to have to pay out and stuff's not working yet. Sorry you're going through that. Slightly faster sounds like a good start. Make it scarier. I kind of like the idea of randomizing it though, because like with randomizing it, like you don't know if it's going to run faster than you or if it's going to, you know, be slower than you. So it's like you have to kind of like, it's like the unknown is, it makes it even scarier, you know? Yeah. No, it's constant for the duration of the chase. Absolutely. So the way it would work is, let me pull up the state tree really quick. So what we would do is right in here where it says update movement speed, instead of having this be set to a set number in here for move speed, we would pass in like a randomized number into here. So that way, like you're not, you know, actually it'd be this one right here. So once it chases a noise, instead of it being 300, it would randomize this input, and then it would keep that speed until it got to the sound location, and then it would go back to its regular walking speed. I like the combination, yeah. You want to break the line of sight. So breaking line of sight isn't necessarily going to save you. It's more like, because, okay, so this monster, guys, if you guys haven't seen, if you guys weren't here on Saturday, the way this monster works, it's completely based off sound, okay? It has no vision at all. It cannot see. It can only hear, okay? And so the idea with this monster is that you need to stay away from it, and if it gets too close to you, then you need to stop moving until it passes away. Otherwise, it'll start chasing you. And it's not chasing you, it's chasing the sound that you're making. So every time you move, you make a sound. If you're walking, that sound travels a shorter distance. If you're running, it travels further. So the sound is longer. So it can hear you on the other side of walls and all the other stuff. But it's only going to run to where it heard the noise, not necessarily to you, if that makes sense. So you have to get out of that noise radius and then either stop moving and wait for it to path away, or get out of the walking noise radius and then just walk further away from it. It's going to be an interesting mechanic. So it's not line of sight based, so don't get stuck on line of sight. It's based on sound. What did I deal? Yeah, I'll push that aside now. Are you doing a custom chase mechanic? It's kind of a custom chase mechanic, right? So the way it works is it's an invisible water monster that patrols the level and that responds to sound. And then if it gets within a certain radius of you while it's chasing a sound, it will attack you and then if it attacks you, it makes you drop whatever item you're carrying, and then it respawns you back at the start of the level. It doesn't reset the puzzles. It doesn't reset the level. It just teleports you back to the start of the level. That's the way it's going to kind of work. And again, I'm trying to like dance around why it works like that, because there is a little bit of story that I'm hoping you guys will figure out from playing the game. If not, then we'll go through the story of what was supposed to be portrayed to you guys after the game's been out for a week or two. A water bat? What's a water bat? So anyways, yeah. So right here, when it passes in move speed, I guess we could expose a Boolean that just says should randomize, and then we don't use move speed. So that way we can still use the same task. We can just be like, should it randomize or should it take the input? Navigate based on sound. Oh, okay. Yeah, kind of. It only responds to sound. So basically this thing will roam around the level. If it hears something, it will run at it. Yeah. Yep, that's basically it, True North. So the way it works is I'll run through the AI real quick. We'll do a real quick recap for the AI based off what we did on Saturday, okay? So we have a state tree and we have an AI perception, okay? The AI perception, so on begin play, it's going to cause a splash every 0.5 seconds, or check for splashes. So if it's moving, it will be causing a splash every 0.75 seconds. That's all this does. This is just handling a splash particle-y thingy so that it looks like it is moving. But the AI perception, the way it works is on updated perception, if it successfully senses something, which right now in the AI perception, it can only sense hearing configurations. That's what this is all showing right here. If it senses something from hearing, it sends a heard noise event to the state tree. So on state trees, right here, what we're saying is if we receive a heard noise event, we're going to chase noise. So if we're idling or if we're roaming, it'll interrupt that task and it'll go into the chase noise logic, and that's all done by it hearing something in here. And then what we do is once it finishes getting to the last thing it heard, it'll return back to just idle and roaming. And then this part down here, it can only go into this part if during the chase noise sequence, we get a attack player event. And so what we're going to do is inside here, we're going to say on event tick, while, while chasing something is true, we're going to check the distance between the AI and the player. And if that distance gets below a certain distance, then we're going to shoot off this attack player event. And once that attack player event gets shot off, it will respawn the player, do all that other stuff, and then reset its movement speed and go back to roaming. So that's kind of the logic that we have going for this AI. The last bit that we have to do right now is this attack player sequence. Stitches Boot, thank you for that follow. Appreciate you. Welcome on in. So we have to set up this check the distance to the player if we're chasing something, and then hopefully that'll be all we need to do. The last thing I also kind of want to do is I kind of want to make this area out here in this hospital a safe area. So like right now, the AI can actually get out here. I think I have an ad for you guys.
Not afraid of a little scrapping.
I need to like. Okay. Let's try that. Let's see what happens. All right, let me get caught up on chat real quick, guys. Sorry about that, I got distracted. What's up, Siren? I think I said hello to you already, right? Selenium, what's up? How you doing? Nano, hey, hey. You add a noise emitter to the component of the player. So no, the noise is not emitted from the player. The noise is actually emitted from the splash. Hospital? Yeah. So we have this thing called Splash Manager, which is, there's a Splash Manager sitting in the scene. And what it does is on begin play, it attaches itself to the player. And then every 0.3 seconds, it checks for a splash. And all that's doing is just, if the player's moving, generate a splash actor and then report a noise event. So the noise event gets reported based off the character's movement speed. So if you're walking or if you're running, that'll determine how loud the event is. And so this gets generated here. The reason I did this in a separate actor is because this is the only level that has water in it to where it's going to be splashing and causing noises and stuff. So while you're in the hospital, this thing is attached to your player. But as soon as you leave the hospital level, it'll get destroyed and we won't have to worry about it anymore. So it's a way for me to kind of component this or capsulize all of this logic into an actor that we can just get rid of after we're no longer in the water level. So that way it's not extra logic in the player. Does that make sense? What's up, Stitches? How you doing? The Hauntings, no, the Hauntings is not done yet. We did talk about this the other day. So basically, I needed a break from multiplayer coding. So Dark Passengers, what the project is we're working on right now, is a single-player game that I was trying to make for Halloween, but then I got stuck on a bunch of work trips. We had a death in the family. I had to go to a funeral. So what turned into I had nothing to do in October at all. So I'm going to try to get a game done for Halloween. Turned into, I think I had about a week of October to actually work on this game. And obviously it's not out by Halloween yet. So just taking a quick break for multiplayer coding while I finish this up, and then we'll be back onto the Hauntings. But I'm also looking at expanding the Hauntings to something a little bigger. So it'll give me time to kind of, cleanse multiplayer out of my brain for a second, take a little bit of a break, get something done, get something out, something fun that you guys can play around with. This is just a classic regular horror game. It is single player, story driven. There's like 10 different puzzles throughout the whole game. It takes place in the Hauntings universe, which is why it's called the Hauntings Dark Passenger. Chronologically, it's taking place before the Hauntings, though. So there's things from this game that will carry on over into the Hauntings lore-wise. So that's kind of where we're at with development and stuff right now. Just kind of taking a break from things, trying to catch my breath and kind of, figure out what I want to do with everything. I know the Hauntings has been in development for a long, long time now. Everybody's antsy to get to the game, but I just want to make sure the Hauntings is something unique, something special. It is kind of my baby. I know like people, are excited for it, but I just want to make sure it's good, Can the player throw off and make noise? No. I don't have that in as a feature right now, True North, but no. I think it's just going to be too much extra mechanic, especially considering what else you have to do in this level to progress. I don't really want there to be objects you can pick up and throw. You don't really have an inventory in this game. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. The funeral stuff was kind of unexpected for me. Like, I knew he had problems going on. It was my uncle, but I didn't. Things just kind of happened really quick with that, so I was not expecting that at all. Did you specify Halloween of a particular year? I did not, Selenium. So I mean, true. We still have tons of time before Halloween, right? Love the shirt, by the way. Very interesting. Thank you. It was a Christmas present, I think, last year or something. Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, no, this is just, like I said, this is just one level of the game. The game starts in an apartment, and it kind of goes through a whole subsections of levels. There's a storyline and stuff with it, but I don't want to explain too much because I do want you guys to kind of figure the story out and all that stuff when you play it. And so that's why I'm not showing the puzzles on stream. I'm not showing really the story too much on stream. I am showing you the Spookies on stream, but that's only because the Spookies are randomized in this game. And even if you know where the Spookies are, A, I doubt you will remember all of them, but B, there's no way of knowing what will happen when. So, you talk about this room back here, Wild Slicer? No, you can't go in that room. Well, you can, but we're not going to go in that room. That's where the puzzle stuff is for this building, or this level, so I'm not going in there. Won't do it. You guys will have to explore it on your own. Sorry, it looks amazing. I appreciate Stitches. Yeah, I mean, Unity, you can get Unity to look like this. The problem is that Unity, and I think I've talked about this before in chat, but I'll give you guys a quick recap on what my thought process is on something like Unity versus Unreal, right? And this is my own hot take. You guys can agree with me, disagree with me. It's all the way up to you. Unity feels more like a framework in my mind, whereas Unreal feels more like an engine. And what I mean by that is that Unity gives you all of the tools to create everything that you can see here in Unreal, right? They all exist. However, they're not given to you out of the box, but there's a framework in which you can leverage to create everything that you have in Unreal. Whereas Unreal is the opposite, right? It has all that stuff hard-coded, ready for you out of the box. However, it's much more difficult if you don't need all those features to disable or remove certain features, which is why that you have Unreal projects that sometimes feel really bloated, really big, is because they may have a bunch of extra features because the engine gives them to you by default that they're not actually using. Whereas Unity, you have to create everything out of yourself. So that's really kind of my viewpoints on it. I think both engines are great for what they are. I'm just more familiar, more used to Unreal, and I prefer Unreal. But you could definitely achieve very similar looks. It's just, you know, more work. So dark and cold. I heard leaks are good for games. Vane, you have no idea who you're talking to. I can't keep a goddamn secret about anything. The fact that I'm already streaming this when I said I wasn't going to stream anything for Dark Passenger already shows you that I'm terrible at keeping secrets. However, the nice thing is I'm only showing you guys certain things that are already going to be randomized, so it's kind of hard to expect something to happen when something won't happen. And the AIs are obviously also AIs, right? So when we create this thing, it'll choose the path and go around and do whatever it's going to do. So, you know, we're doing our best. This is what we know. Exactly. Yeah. So anyways, other question I have for you guys that I just thought of. This level is kind of larger in scale. Like I said, I think I'm already going to make this a safe zone from the water monster, because this is actually where you would respawn if you get caught by the water monster too. And I don't want you to get soft locked into a game where like the water monster just consistently camps you and respawns you over and over. Like that would just suck. However, the other thing that I'm thinking is if you look at the scale of this level, right? Let me just zoom out this way. Maybe it'll be better. You can see it. If you look at the scale of this level, it's fairly large, right? It's a fairly large level. And what I would hate to happen right now, is having the water monster get stuck, like pathing around one portion of the map. Like let's say this top portion up here. I don't know if you can see my mouse. Let's say that the water monster gets stuck pathing around this area and like you're just over here. It'll never hear you, right? It'll never attack you. So part of me is wondering if like during the roaming, if we kind of like force feed it like a location closer to the player so that it always kind of roams toward the player. You know what I mean? Just because I don't want the AI to get stuck up here and like you never run into it ever again because it's just up here and you're just doing everything down here from then on out. Like you'll still have to go up here for something maybe, but like, you know what I mean? Like, I think that might be better if we say like, hey, instead of just picking a random point in the map and roaming to it, like let's give you something that's like within a certain radius of the player. You know? Yeah, it gets stuck like a Roomba, exactly. Well, that's kind of what Alien Isolation does, right? True North, from what I've researched. Yeah, is that like the game, there's like an AI manager and then there's the AI, right? The AI just roams around and does whatever, right? However, the game manager is the one that occasionally will be like, hey, like the player is over in this general vicinity of the map. Like you should roam that way, but it doesn't tell them like exactly where the player is. It just says like the player's like in this section of the map. So you should go over there. Right. And then the AI has to visibly see or hear something that the player does to attack them. That's kind of what I'm thinking about here. Is that instead of doing like an AI manager separate thing or whatever, we would just put it into the state tree where it's like find location to roam. On find location to roam, what we would do is inside this task, we'll just do like hey, the player is this more than this distance away from you. So if the player is more than this distance away from you, get the player's location and then pick a random place, like a random area in a navigatable radius around the player and go to that point. If the player is within that distance to you, then just randomly pick a place to roam to. As long as the location isn't in line of sight of the player at all times. Yeah. It would be a random radius thing, right? So like you have all the walls and all this stuff here, right? So let's say the player is in, I don't know, I can't really tell from up here, but let's say this box right here is a room. This one I clicked on, let's say this is a room. Let's say the player is in this room and then the AI is like, you know, way over here. What we could do is we can say, okay, hey, you're too far away from the player. Instead of just picking a random point on the map and going to it, let's find the player's location, which is in here, and then let's draw a big old circle, you know, like a big old circle around that, and say, oh, pick a spot inside that circle, you know? So it could be on the other side of the wall, whatever. It doesn't have to go into line of sight of the player. It just has to be like within a distance of the player. So like, you know, you could be inside this room, like we said, and you walk out, and all of a sudden, you know, the water monster's coming down this hallway towards you because it picked a spot like in here, right? But then all of a sudden you walk out and make a noise here, and now it comes running at you. You know what I mean? Yeah, like something just to bring them back to the player, because that way you constantly have to deal with this thing rather than, you know, just having like long periods of time where like you just don't run into this guy. Another question I have for you guys. Pop out of. That would be crazy, True North. Just like come out of it, but like it's invisible, so like I don't know how you would like just have like the vent fly off the wall and all of a sudden a splash. How often would that be done? Like until it gets to the point or every tick? So the way it would work, Selenium, is so the way this system works right now is it sits in idle. Once it's done idling, right, which is a random time between 7 and 13 seconds, it just idles. It will roam to a location, it finds a location to roam to, and then it roams to that location, and then it goes back to idling. Okay? So it only finds that location once. So once it gets to that location, this is when it will go back to idling, and then when it goes to find a new location to roam to, that's where it will say, how far away from the player am I? Oh, the player is still within a relatively okay distance. I'm just going to go to a random point on the map. It doesn't really matter. And it'll go to that location. And then once it gets back to checking for location again, that's when it'll be like, oh, now the player is like on the other side of the map from me. I'm going to go find a point close to that person and start roaming to that. And it'll keep roaming to that point, right? It'll keep going to that point until it gets there, or it hears a noise, right? So like I said, like it could be back here. You could be in here, right? So it picks a point over here, let's say. But then you start running like down this hallway right here and going back this way, and it's coming down this hallway this way, and all of a sudden it hears you here. It won't go to this room anymore. It'll just start chasing you. You mean? What's up, Epitome? How you doing? So the only other thing I kind of want to do is that the first time it starts chasing a noise, right? Like the first time it starts chasing a noise, I kind of want it to do like some sort of scream or some sort of noise. And the reason I'm thinking about that is because let's say, for example, you're walking down this hall, right? And the invisible monster is idling in this hall right here. You won't know that monster's there because it's invisible and it's not moving, so it's not causing any splashes. You may be walking right into it and you wouldn't even know. So you might be walking, and all of a sudden it just starts chasing you. You just start seeing splashes of water coming towards you. Like, I don't know. I know that would be spooky, but I just don't know if it would be unfair to say, oh, the thing could literally be right in front of you. You could be walking right at it. You have no idea it's there, and then all of a sudden it just resets you. You know? Because, like, it's invisible right in front of you, and you just didn't know. Took a break from my work to start to draft the game design document for the idea you have. I'm curious to hear about it if you want to tell me in DMs or what it is. It doesn't breathe right now, but we could give it a breathing noise. Sound is huge in horror. It is. I've always said this in the past. If you guys are going to make a horror game, there are 3 things that you need in horror games. Okay? 1 is lighting. You need really good lighting design to give that ambiance, that feeling. 2 is sound design. Being able to like have everybody feel immersive into the environment, and then as well as, you know, a good subtle jump scare noise or something. And then 3 is just, you know, general plot, storyline, or solid A to B, right? Don't just be like jump scare fest, right? Have some sort of something to play through, some reason to play through it. And those three things, if you can nail those three things, I feel like you could make a pretty good horror game. Just don't read it out loud. No, I won't read it out loud. I'll probably read it after stream, to be honest. I don't plan on being on too long today, guys. I got a late start. And I kind of want to test out, like I said, I have this being recorded right now for TikTok and YouTube Shorts. So I kind of want to mess around with that a little bit tonight. And I do still have day job stuff to do. But I just had a late start because I woke up, daughter wasn't feeling well, you know, and then we got breakfast stuff together. I did a gym workout, like just a bunch of stuff that I did this morning, and then some day job stuff. And so I've just like got a late start. My throat's already kind of hurting from talking. So I'm like, probably won't be on too long, but I want to get this guy done today at least. I feel like, oh, okay, there's something there. Never mind. I thought I was seeing through this wall for some reason from the other side. Could you imagine just like walking this way and all of a sudden you just see splashes coming at you through the darkness? That flashing light? It would scare the crap out of me. So doing a start event sounds really good. Oh, like some sort of like before it chases a noise, at least like warns the player in some way. I kind of like the idea of breathing, but how loud would the breathing be, you know? You'd have to hear it breathing from a distance so that you know you're walking up on it. Unpredictable is also very good. It's another very good thing inside of horror games. I think that's a little bit harder. It's a little more of a nuanced thing. But you can make a really good horror game. Like, look at horror movies, right? Even horror movies could be very predictable, but they could be still really good movies. You know? Should like take a screenshot like right here or something. Some good chase music for this level. Something low and bassy with like Jaws. I don't. I'm not a huge fan of chase music, and we've talked about this before, but when it comes to horror games, when it comes to sound design in horror games, I don't necessarily like putting extra sounds into a world. And what I mean by extra are things that just, they don't exist as sound in the world in already some instance, right? So like the water splashes in this level, right? You know, maybe door squeaks when you move past them, or, you know, something that originates from an object in the world. Chase music, yes, it can increase the tension feeling. However, it always felt immersion ruining for me because, like, where's that music coming from? Like, it just doesn't have a source. It just doesn't make sense. Like, I know they do it in movies and everything, but it just never made sense to me. So I've always kind of shied away from doing chase music. We did do it a little bit in the possession thing on the Hauntings, but I don't know. It's kind of a catch-22 for me. I like it because it builds tension, but it just feels unnatural and immersion breaking to me. Breathing or drippy noises. I like breathing noises, but only if it's like really close to you. That makes sense, you know? What's up, Mr. Happy Hours? What's going on? What am I making? This is a game called the autosave. This is a game called The Hauntings Dark Passenger. It's one of the levels that is in the game, and we are working on the invisible water monster that's in this map currently. 100% on that. Yeah, I don't know. Chase music always just felt weird. Start giving arms and legs to disabled people. I've heard that joke before. Yeah. It is. No, the violins, like I said, it is great for building tension. I just always felt immersion ruining to me because it's like, where's that noise coming from? Started using the lettuce leaves. Today was the tip of the iceberg. Tomorrow's the Hauntings. You know, I'm okay with this, gentlemen. I'm okay with this because I like dad jokes. I have to use that one on my daughter later. Drone, for example, you have to use music per se. But would that drone only be while it's chasing a noise? I think it would be way scarier if we just have the thing making like crazy screeches / like weird noises while it's chasing you, rather than having like music or some sort of buzz or drone. You know what I mean? Like if this thing was like, just like screaming like an alien noises, and that was coming at you while you see splashes and stuff, like, you know, or like some like weird like clicking noises or something. I don't know, like because it uses sound. So maybe we could do something that ties into the idea of it being like a sonar clicky bat noise type thing, right? So maybe that's what we could do, is maybe we can have it just like making like clicky noises every now and then. So like as you're walking down the hall, if you hear this like high pitched clicky noise, but you don't see splashes, that means it's probably idling somewhere, just standing there. You know what I mean? So it'd be kind of like a bat at that point. What's up, Lucifer? How you doing? We were drowning Larry. Eva, what if we just make Larry's like head pop out of the water every now and like water drips off it and just like angrily stares at you, and then he just goes back into the water, just as like an Easter egg. Like he won't attack you or anything like that. Just have him like kind of like slowly pop his head out of the water and then go back into the water. You know, you could probably make a really interesting particle effect with Niagara in that instance, right? We could just do like a mesh sampler and then have something like dripping. Has anybody ever made that? Like a dripping particle effect off of a skeletal mesh? That would actually, I kind of want that for this. I think that would add to the effect if we had something like just like Larry just kind of like poking his head out of there, just have like dripping coming off of it. I think it would look really cool. Well, that's the thing, Slime. I don't know if I want to do dripping noises, because I do kind of want to like have ambient dripping noises in this map. You know what I mean? And I don't want people getting confused by it, but maybe it would spook them. What's up, Mikey? Inside the house, right? It's an amazing idea. Dolphins do that. Or the clicks. Yeah, like it's trying to search for you. Exactly, Stitches. Yeah, like a clicky, sonar-y kind of noise. Like almost like Predator a little bit too, you know? Maybe we can like find some noise that's similar and kind of tweak it. ASMR horror game? Like what do you mean by that, Bane? You would cry, Eva, then my job would be complete. Dolphin noises and modify them? We could add reverb to the clicks for sure, yeah. I don't know if I would want to do like an originating click, because what you could do if you really wanted to be like spooky about it, I guess. What's up, Siege? You wore a Hawaiian shirt the other day, got a lot of comments. Thank you, working. Hey, telling you, Hawaiian shirts, man, I'm making it a thing. What if we made a thing where like the invisible thing while idle, it does a click, and then we do like some like random ray traces off of it, and then we do another click noise like when it hits a mesh. So like at that location we do other like clicky noises. So like if the monster, let's say, is standing in this hallway right here, right? Let's go into unlit mode so we can see it. Let's say it's standing like right here. Like it would do a click, and then like we would play like another click noise like here, right? And then we would do another click one like here, like delayed, right? And like we would just have it be like random directions around it, right? So that you kind of try to like if you hear a click, it doesn't necessarily say like, oh, the monster's right here, because it'll be like one singular click, and then we would hear like, you know, a bunch of other clicks then like bounce off the walls around it. Like that could be really neat. Fuck is I swear there's so many scammers that are just like trying to like text people now. You guys ever get that? Like it's literally like, oh, USPS, you have to go to this weird janky link that's completely not real from the phone number that doesn't originate from the US. Block. God damn it. Sorry, guys. Let's get back to this. Whenever you want to read it. All right, Pay Me. I'll check it out after the show. I won't click on it now so that the little notification stays on there so I don't forget. It's kind of poor, yeah. About something. Yeah, Turtle, we were talking about just maybe like having like Larry show up in this map and have him like come out of the water just like a little bit with like his head down and his eyes kind of up, like looking at the player, and then have him just go back down into the water when you get close to him or something. Just as like a spooky scare. It'd be fun. Nothing but abused here. And yet you still come back. You come back for more. So you guys like that kind of, like we could do that. Just have it do like random ray traces around it. And then wherever it hits something, we just play another sound there. Like create an array of like echo locations or something. And just see what that sounds like. Let's do that before we have the... before we add the attack player functionality so that we can stand near it, and even if it runs at us, it won't like reset us back to the beginning so we can hear what it sounds like. Does that sound like a plan? But we'll do the attack player thing last so that we know all the other functionality of the AI is working, and then if it attacks us and sends us back to the start, we don't have to run out and find it again. Does that sound like a plan? Although what I just thought of is after it resets you, it's immediately going to always come back probably towards the front of the level, unless it's already at the front of the level, because it's going to try to come back near the player. UPS links? Yeah, they're all scams. After they wore the Hawaiian shirt? God damn it, Siege. And you get those? Yeah, it's really weird. Border Patrol. Huh. Partle? Did they spell it wrong like that too? See, anything like that before? Yeah, it might be interesting. We could try it. I mean, worst case, it sucks and we just remove it. There might be a water leak. There might be a water leak, Wrecker. You might be right. Imagine the water bill on this place. Can't you just do play from here in the editor? No, King. I mean, you can, but not in the way I have it set up right now, because I have a story subsystem that when I hit play, it tries to reload me from the last save point in the game, so it uses the save file and does all this other stuff. And the way the save, guys, so let me just explain this to you guys really quick. The way the save works in this game is not some massively huge game, right? There's 5 levels to it. So the way the save system works is when you get to a new level, it saves that you're on that level. And if you exit the game and then restart the game, it'll put you back at the beginning of that level that you left off at. And it will, all the puzzles, everything in that level will be reset. So it doesn't save your progress within a level, it just saves which level you got to, and then when you come back, it'll reset you on the beginning of that level. That's the save system that I wrote for this game. It was very simple, it was very easy to add. I didn't want to go through and try to save the state of everything because everything's, like the puzzles are randomized. Some puzzles are randomized. A lot of stuff is kind of randomized, and I didn't want to have to go through and write a whole system and try to figure out how to make sure that everything loads accurately, blah, blah, blah. So it just says, you got to the hospital. The next time you start the game, it just starts you at the beginning of the hospital. That's how the save system works. And so while you can normally just do a play from here in the editor, King, I can right click and say play from here, and it will restart me to the beginning of the level because the save system tries to figure out, you know, where to play you from. Also, because this uses level streaming, it has to figure out which levels to like load and unload and do all that other stuff. So it does a bunch of logic on begin play to where I can't just say play from here. That's what I was talking about the other day on stream, is that it's really sad because like a lot of the systems that I spent a lot of time writing for this game, people won't really appreciate because it's all like back end stuff. What's up, Frantic? How you doing? There's actually no jump in this part of the game, Siege. I'll let you guys in. Me and my close to 77 plus viewers here. There's no jump in the game except for one level. One level, I give you jump. And that's because you need it for the puzzle. Otherwise, you get no jump. No jump in this game. I'm really curious to see if like there's a bunch of people who play this game and they try to jump and they're like, oh, you can't jump, whatever. And then they get to that level and they can jump. And then they go, wait, could I jump this whole entire time? And I was like just pushing the wrong key or something. I want people to have that thought process. I don't know. So there's no jumping in this level though. Wife of a game dev, yeah, right. Sonic It will be very sad. Well, I've taken it upon myself to say I need to Sonic It proof all my levels, you know? 100% finding a way to break that. You could try. I'm sure there will be something. But the nice thing is there's only one level of the game that I have to go through and find fixes for that stuff, you know what I mean? I don't have to go through the whole entire game and try to fix everything that you could break with jumping in the whole game. You can only jump in the one level. So all I have to do is just go to that level and be like, okay, I have one level to test all this jumping stuff. And then you take it away again. Yes, but that level is like really towards the end of the game, so they probably won't even notice it gets taken away because the game, that's like one of the last levels. I'm gonna be so mad. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. And realize they can't jump, right? And that's the other thing. People are gonna go back and play the game again, and they're gonna be like, wait a minute. I know I could jump. It's auto-proofing, yeah. Wild Slicer, what makes you think that there's not already? I wish I had my sound effects. I made a whole entire level for Sonic in this game. I hope you guys realize that. We haven't got to that level yet, and I don't know if I can stream that level because the puzzle is like the whole entire fucking level. Sorry, the whole entire level is a puzzle. Let me tell you why we're not going to do that level on stream. Because I told you guys I'm not going to show any puzzles. So you guys will all get to experience the Sonic It level all together. But the reason we're not going to do that level is literally the whole entire level. Everything that you see on screen in that level is part of the puzzle. Everything that you see on screen is part of the puzzle in that level. I'll just leave it at that. A little tease. So we can't do that level on stream. Saying the game is bugged. You know what? That could be a thing that we have to watch out for. That they can't jump. Yeah. Exotic, what's up? How you doing? Welcome on in. Oh, I was like, oh, I have messages in Discord. It's the ones I left there, so I don't purposely click on it. All right. What was I doing? Okay, yes. So we need to edit our logic a little bit for the water monster. Let's start with, do you guys want to start with the updated find location to roam to based off player location first? Or do we want to start with the clicky stuff? We probably need to set a state on the thing. Let's do the clicky first, because I think that's going to be part of... I need to build another part of the system so that we know what state the water monster is in. Based off of here, we could do like an update state task. And that way, like, if it's chasing, if it's idling, if it's roaming, whatever it's doing. Because I think we want to only do the clicking while it's idle and roaming. Unless you think... Do you guys think it should do the click all the time? Well, the roam thing, I mean, it's not going to take very long, right? We just have to just say, like, update the roam to location task. Find roam location. This one. We just have to update this. So, instead, like, we just say, select the origin of the player if the distance between the two is... We'll do it real quick. We'll do it live. We'll do the roam one really fast because it's only going to be, like, a couple lines of code here. What we'll do is we'll say get player character, get world, or get actor location, And then what we'll do is we'll just say based off the actor's location and this location. So we have these two. We can do a distance. I don't want that one. Let's do this. The distance between these two vectors. And we say off this, we'll do a select. Select. And then we'll say if this distance is greater than what, 3,500 maybe we'll start with. No, let's try 4,500. That's actually probably better because it's a pretty big map. So what we say, if this distance is greater than 4,500, if that's true, then we want to use the player location. Otherwise, we want to use the AI location. And then we find a reachable point within 4,000 units of the player or the current AI's location. And then we set that status out of there. Bam, done. Roaming's done. Luna, hello, how you doing? Not all the time? You're saying not all the time? Well, because the idea that I was thinking is that we could basically say that it responds to noise and that it uses sonar to navigate, right? And so what we could do is, like, while it's idle, you know, while it's idle and roaming, it just like sends out clicks. And then if it finds something, then it will start chasing. I guess then it's just running at the sound. We don't have to worry about like the stuff. It's been a while. It has been a few minutes. How you been? Had a few people filtering through the different things. Oh, what is this? Too many clickies. I would think that it would be make it easier to not be surprised. It's been good, Luna. We're taking a little break from the Hauntings main game because I needed a break from multiplayer. So we're working on the Hauntings Dark Passenger, which is in the same universe, just a single player, regular kind of horror game with puzzles and stuff. Softer clicks and louder clicks. Well, you got to remember that when it clicks, we're going to do like a clicky noise from the water monster, and then we're going to send out like a random number of line traces in random directions around it, and then play clicks at the locations that it hits after that, you know? I've been all right. Very busy. Day job stuff just going crazy, and then, you know, a bunch of personal stuff. I'm trying to get my health fixed as well. I sit in this chair so much that, you know, I really need to take better care of my body so that I feel better, have better motivation, better mental clarity, that kind of stuff. So I've just been focusing on a lot of stuff, and I needed a break from all of like big scale projects. So I'm working on this, and it's been nice to work on something that I don't have to worry about replication and, you know, all of these little like random scenarios. I could just make a story and just tell the story. However, this game has kind of ballooned in size, slightly bigger than my original scope for it, but it's good. We're just going to keep working on it until it's done, and then we'll jump back into the Hauntings. And then if you haven't seen already, we have been talking about trying out the idea of expanding the Hauntings to be more of an open world ghost hunting game rather than, you know, the current meta that all ghost hunting games pretty much use, which is the whole, you know, lobby into a map, into lobby into map, into lobby into map. I like this idea of having it be more of an open world that you can drive between locations and, you know, gather resources and craft upgrades and stuff. But we'll see. That's not going to be done if it's just me working on the project, and I need to be able to hire people, so we'll need to look at like investors or something for something bigger. But I just want to put something out that's more unique, you know. It's not just another ghost hunting game. Just thinking about the possibility of I'm perfectly safe, walk around the corner and oh shit, I'm not. But yeah, fiddle with it, find the sweet spot. I think the idea though is that you'll hear the clicks around the corner, right? At least hopefully you'll hear the clicks from around the corner. Kind of, Luna. It's still gonna play just like the Hauntings plays now, which is very much so like the other ghost hunting games out there. However, like we were saying before, if you guys hadn't seen it yet, I'll bring it up real quick. We have this map.
The fuck you say to me, you little shit?
Jesus, Turtle, I hate you so much. We have this map, and this is kind of what we're looking at doing for if we do the open world thing. You'll still see that we have the classic 5 maps that we have in the Hauntings right now. They're just going to be
Semper Turtle cheered X18.
18 bits, really? Really, Turtle? Try to explain stuff here. God damn it. Be good tisk for later, though. Nope, no message. I hate you so much. Just 18 bits. So you still have the gold mine, you still have the campsite, you still have the diner, you still have the motel, you still have the farm site. So all of those original maps are still in here. We're going to be adding a few additional things like the abandoned church, the trailer park, some log cabins. There's going to be some towns that you could loot for resources, and then forests and swamps and all this other stuff. And eventually we'll open up. This snow resort area is not going to be in the initial release. This whole area will be blocked off, but this just gives me room to kind of expand the game later. And then obviously these tunnels will be closed off, and then the lighthouse will also be closed off. Those are going to be expanded areas for later, but for right now you'll have towns that you can like loot for resources, craft. There's NPCs that you can save that are out in the open world that are like possessed NPCs. They're agents of Directive 7 Bravo. You can perform exorcisms on them to save the NPC. They'll go back to the HQ, and then they can help you with crafting and upgrading and all that stuff. And then there will be extra little POIs that are spread out through this whole entire map. So there'll be like little campsites, or like maybe like you find like RVs or log cabins, or like extra stuff in the cave. Just little extra POIs that you can go through and find resources and upgrades, bring them back to your town and use them to upgrade your gear. And then you'll have, once you go into like the farm, the motel, the diner, any of these like locations that there's an entity haunting those, you'll go into investigation mode. So it'll be just like the Haunting plays now. Everything else is the same. The entity can't leave those locations. This is kind of the plan that I have for it. But again, none of this will happen unless I can get like a publisher or investor on board and then hire people under full-time salaries to come work on the project. This is something that's a little bit way too big for me to make any kind of relatively quickly as a solo developer. If I can't get any investors or anybody interested in, so that I can hire people to work on this, we'll just go back to what the Hauntings was. It'll just be another ghost hunting game that came out in the market with my own twist and stuff on it. But ideally, I would love to make this something that's a reality. But again, it's all going to be based off of whether or not we get like a publisher or investor or something that can bring a whole team of people in and not just me. I know a lot of people are hyped for the Hauntings. There's a lot of people who are, maybe slightly annoyed with me that I'm kind of, steering off on side projects, and, the Hauntings isn't out yet, and we've hit release dates and it just hasn't happened. But truth of it is like, a lot of stuff happens in game development, and this is something that I do as a passion project, something on the side. It's not my, normal 9 to 5. It's not what I pay my bills with. And so it's just going to be, something that kind of evolves over time, kind of goes through different stuff, and, when it's ready, it'll go live. But until then, it's just something I kind of, I poke away at until hopefully I'm happy with it. Amazing idea. I appreciate it. Straight copies, well, that and more. Obviously, what we are trying to do with VA, love what we're doing with the Hauntings, and really can't wait to play. I appreciate it, Stitches. So you're on, it's PA. Is that the paranormal apparition? Is that what it's called? I didn't know that you were a developer on another project. If you want to talk about it, feel free to bring it up in chat. If anybody's working on a project and you guys want to talk about it, feel free to bring it up in chat. Let me know how you guys are making progress on it. I'd love to see other people making things in game development, making progress. Lunera, thank you for the follow, by the way, on over on Kick. Sorry, I don't have alerts set up over there. I just looked over and saw the activity feed. So yeah, if you guys, like I said, if you're ever working on a project and you want to bring it up and share it with chat, obviously don't just go in here posting Steam links and stuff like that right away. You know, be like, oh man, we made this really cool feature, and then we'll have a discussion about it. You know, let me kind of drive that in terms of like, you know, Twitch etiquette and everything still. But yeah, I'd love to hear what you guys are working on. Make this version would be amazing. I really hope so. Do you have more direct donation routes so you can get more money yourself? I have a Patreon. I don't really advertise it because I don't have any content on there. I do want to start putting content up. I don't know. I don't really think that there is a payment processing tool out there that exists for streamers that it could be a more direct donation route. I mean, we have the donation link down below, which goes through PayPal, and I don't think Stream Elements takes any of that, but PayPal still has their fees, obviously. I don't think so. I do have a Patreon, Stitches. I just don't promote it. There's a link down below my channel for it, but I just don't promote it because I don't put content on there, and I really, really, really feel uncomfortable like asking people to like pay for something unless I'm giving something in return. And so like I set the Patreon up thinking that I would create content for it, and I just never did, so I don't ever promote it. Also, before you guys start thinking that oh, he has a merch store, there is a merch store. I don't make like any money on that merch store. Just FYI, putting that out there. I created that because there were several people in the community that wanted some sort of clothing, object, whatever that was related to the game. They wanted to wear it around. So I created a Teespring store. All the prices that you see on there, I get like $1, maybe $1 per object that you buy. So I don't really make any money on the merch store. That is there just purely for the people who want something to wear that's related to the Hauntings, or some sort of object that's related to it. Just a heads up on that. I know some people have brought that up recently, on like the Steam discussion board or something like that, saying that I made a merch store and did all this other stuff to try to scam people out of money or something. But I don't know how I scammed people out of money with it when I don't actually make any money from it. Go figure. But whatever. I'm not annoyed. You want it to be good. It's understandable. You're literally one person making a game. True, but I don't think everybody has that same thought process, Siege, you know? When you work on something for so long, you become tired of it and need other things to help. Yeah, that's true. And I think also, like, when you work on something for so long, like, adding new things to it, while it will extend the development time of it, it re-excites you on the project. Like, I got really excited to work on the Hauntings again while I was working on this project, because while I was working on Dark Passenger was when I came up with this idea of kind of maybe molding it into something more open world, more survival-y, crafting and that kind of stuff that you can use, and have like this thing where you can create your own kind of ghost hunting world. That all kind of came up while I was making this game, and I was like, man, like I really told everybody that I'm going to finish Dark Passenger, but I really want to go work on like creating this environment to see what it's like and learning some new tools in Unreal. So I've been holding off. I've been smacking my hand every time I think about doing it, but because I really want to get Dark Passenger done. But I'm excited, and it brings excitement back to a project when you haven't, you know, when you've worked on it for so long. It like adding new things to kind of keep you interested sometimes really helps. You can't even make tic-tac-toe in a year. I'm sure you could. Close. What was it? Project Apparition? Was that not what I said? What did I say? Oh, I said Paranormal Apparition. Gah, I said Paranormal. I was close. I swear, I was like, I've seen it on TikTok and stuff. Not TikTok, Twitter. God, brain stopped working. Dude, I still think you can make a full course in game development with the since you do want to stream. True, that's literally why. Like, I kid you not. Like, if I could show you guys my screen right now, I literally have this whole entire stream is being recorded in vertical format for shorts and TikToks. And then what I'm thinking about doing is scrubbing back through the stream, finding points where I'm like, okay, this could be a good short, and I'm just gonna clip it, and I'm gonna start posting shorts and TikToks, because I feel like there's a huge growth opportunity that can happen for game developers through shorts and TikToks. And it doesn't have to be related to your game, right? It could just be related to game development and people like, you know, wanting to pursue making stuff. I'm making a flooded bank vault for my graduation capstone, so I'm in substance paint or painting rust. Nice. I love Substance Painter. Ever since I found it, like, it's made texturing stuff so much more fun for me. I feel bad and don't want to be that promo. Yeah, but like, so here's what I would say, Stitches. Don't make it feel like you're promoting your game. Be passionate and talking about your game. Does that make more sense? So like, if you're going into somebody and you come up with a conversation about it, don't try to sell me on your game. Explain your game to me and why you are passionate about making the game. What are you excited about the game? Don't try to sell me the game. Tell me why you're excited about the game, because then I can then turn around and ask you questions about, oh, that's a really neat concept. Can you explain this more for me? You know, then you can go into your salesman hat, promo hat, right? But like when you go into a channel, when you go to meet somebody for this first time and you say like, oh yeah, like I make games, I'm working on a project right now. Don't try to give them a sales pitch about it. Give them what you're passionate about it and why you're interested in that project and why you're working on it. Because then they're going to be more likely to have a conversation with you about, oh, hey, like, you know, that sounds really interesting. It sounds like something you're really interested in. Tell me more about it and tell me more about this specific thing, you know? I am so far behind the chat now. Enjoying watching devlogs lately. It would be cool to see what I want to so bad, Siege, but I am so terrible at putting together long form content videos and like clipping things together and scripting it out and figuring out what needs to go where and doing like on-screen graphics and stuff. Like that's a very intimidating process for me right now. And so like I really want to do devlogs. I just don't know where to start with them, you know? Patreon is the cheapest cut, I believe. Okay. Well, then maybe I need to start putting some more content on Patreon for you guys. Like a Honda specific one. Looks like what I want. Maybe kind of thing. Cool. I made a comment that I'm trying to remember what I said. So I'll be on chat, guys. Give me a second. Wanted to pop in, say hey, since it's been a while. I gotta walk the dog. I have another time. All right, Luna. I appreciate you stopping by. I hear Ko-Fi is good if you ever wanted to make content to share. I have heard the same thing, Jessica. The idea, I have to look into Ko-Fi some more. I know Random was doing Ko-Fi for a while. I just haven't looked into it at all. I've done Patreon. I've looked into Patreon more than that, you know? Was going to open world, I think they missed it. I heard something about that too, that they were trying to do another open world ghost hunting gaming thing, but they were talking about, like, people were talking about they didn't like how it still didn't feel like open worldy, because like you had to like almost like it instanced into a level and then you got locked in there until the investigation was done. That's not how I'm planning on doing it. Like you can literally come and go. Like you could drive up to the farmhouse, go inside, start investigating and being like, oh crap, I need some more equipment or whatever that I left back at HQ. Get in your car, drive away, come back, and then start investigating, and it will just pick up where you left off. And there's no loading between it. You just walk into the house. I have a chat with Thor. No, yeah, Jessica, you can ask Orin and Turtle. I've been DMing them about him. It is incredible what he's been able to do lately. His growth has been massive. I think in like the last week and a half, he went from, I think it was 12,000 subscribers on YouTube to like, I think he's at like 400 and something thousand subscribers on YouTube now. And he went from a 400 to 500 viewer count streamer. I think today I saw him at like 4,500. It's insane like how much he blew up overnight. Ribbear Joe, what's up? Dart, hello. That is a real fish tank. Yeah, those are real fish. It's a freshwater fish tank swimming around back there. But not everyone wants to spoil what they're working on, even if they're excited about it. True. No, absolutely. I was just bringing it up, Ribbergio, in the sense of, you know, people not wanting to feel promo-y about what they're working on in other channels. And like I said, I think that the best way to approach it is approach it from an angle of passion and be like, man, I'm super excited about this like one little mechanic that I made today. It is absolutely insane, right? Like being passionate about something specific rather than being like, hey, yeah, like I'm making a ghost hunting game where you do this, 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 and this. You should go wishlist it. Here's the link. You know, like that feels like super promo-y, and like that stuff is kind of what I feel like would be shunned on Twitch, right? There's a Twitch etiquette when it comes to that. But like getting the streamer involved and like intrigued by what you're working on will open a lot more doors than just going in and being like, here's my game, you know, and shoving it in their face kind of thing. So the way you talk about it, yeah. if you achieve that. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I want to be able to just drive up. We have a map. So that map that I showed you guys on stream just a second ago, one of the viewers in chat here, they created a height map for me. So we've already imported it into Unreal. We've started kind of messing around with like an auto material, and we're going to work with the procedural content generation tool to generate trees and paths and all that other stuff. And so we've already started putting the map together. But we're gonna work on the world building for that after Dark Passenger is done. I know, 13,000 to like 460,000 in like a week and a half. It's crazy, right? Big sorry. Yeah, isn't it? Like, that's insane. It's insane. And I think part of it was that he was making shorts, and then Asmongold watched one of his shorts on his stream when he was doing some, like, you know, just chatting thing or whatever. And people, I think, found his YouTube from that, and they just started watching his videos. They started blowing up, and then you know, YouTube took over, and the whole algorithm thing started recommending his videos, which caused it to blow up even more. And then, you know, people started following his Twitch channel and his live stream. It's just, it just went like from 0 to 100 real quick. Patreon for sure. Okay. I'll take a look into it some more. Maybe what I could do is I can start showing some stuff over there. Again, I'm not really working too much on the Hauntings right this moment because I want to get this done. And honestly, I should keep working on this instead of just talking to you guys. But I really want to get this done and out. Like, I think once Dark Passenger is done and out, like, it'll give you guys something interesting to kind of play through and some backstory stuff for the Hauntings. Hopefully you guys either don't want to murder me for the puzzles or don't think the puzzles are too easy. And that's not how I feel about the puzzles in this game right now. I feel like my puzzles are either going to be too easy and people are going to be like blowing through this game and be like, man, this game sucks, it was super short. Or they're going to be like, I don't understand how these puzzles work at all, and they're going to get frustrated and stop playing. That's how I feel about my puzzles right now. There's no in-between for me on my puzzles. But I've never made a puzzle game before. This is the first time I've ever made puzzles for a game. So I don't know. I may have made them too hard. I may have made them too easy. My wife thinks that people might want to murder me because some of the puzzles are not... What is this wild slice? Some of the puzzles are just not... I don't know. There's math in one of the puzzles, if that makes you guys... You know... a lot of viewers don't even look at this stuff when they see it. True. The map looked really good. Yeah, I'm excited. Like I said, I'm excited to try to make it. Again, what we're going to do, the process for that, guys, is we're going to make a very, very framed out version of that game. All right, very bare bones, minimal version, minimal vial product that you can drive around. You can go to locations, entities will spawn, the very basics of it. It might not even, multiplayer might not even work properly, right? But we'll make sure it works in single player. And then I want to use that as like an investor demo pitch to see if I can get people to come onto the team and be like, okay, like, you're going to go work on animations, you're going to go work on sound design, you're going to go work on blah, 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 right? And then, you know, we'll go from there. You got way better second favorite? Well, we can't keep iterating on the map too much, right? Because at some point I have to just stick with it and go with it. But if you figured anything neat out, we can talk. Let's still go like that. Yeah, that's true. Sees one person big and watch it on YouTube. Yeah, it could go viral. It's absolutely true. Because I think it's a combination, right? You start getting a huge influx of viewers due to like a jumping off kind of large scale event like that, and then the algorithm takes over after that and it just starts feeding it to people. You're meant to be working on the map. It's been fun to chat with you and distracting. I've heard that I can be a little distracting sometimes. I know there's a lot of developers that come sit in my chat and they're just like, oh yeah, like I'm just here to like, you know, have you up and see what you're doing while I work on my stuff. And I'm like, that's cool, but then I start going into these conversations, and then people are like, all right, I know I'm supposed to be lurking right now. Frantic does this all the time. I know I'm supposed to be lurking right now, working on other things, but, and then they start commenting about whatever we're talking about. Happens all the time here. I apologize. Looking forward to the puzzles. Yeah. He pulled up one of his shorts from YouTube on Asmon's Gold stream, and I think that was like the catalyst event, right? And then everything else, like I said, just got blown up even more. Yeah, I saw that Wild Slicer. That's funny. I don't know. Yeah, real math. There's a real math puzzle in this game. You'll 100% need help with puzzles. Okay, I don't know. Like I said, they're not. Some of them are not overly difficult, in my opinion. But I also know the solutions to all the puzzles, so I might be biased. I don't know. A mansion could be added down the road. We were thinking about having a mansion map, like an abandoned mansion, kind of by the church, but I definitely want to add a mansion if we do the open world thing. What I think will be really interesting is adding additional like entity levels to the open world. But what's nice about it is that, you know, we can just redesign part of the map and be like, oh yeah, there was totally a mansion up here this whole entire time. You guys just could never get to it before because it was not there. But you know, now it is. So you lurk while doing stuff. Yeah. And people do that all the time. It's like when you say, I'm going to bed, and then you get stuck. Yeah. Dev does that stuff because Dev's in the UK, so like the time differences are crazy, right? And Dev will be like, oh yeah, I'm going to bed. And then like 10 minutes, 15 minutes later, Dev will pop up and comment about whatever we're talking about. And I'm like, what are you doing? You're supposed to be in bed. Oh yeah, I am in bed. I'm just watching on my phone now. God damn it, Dev. Epitome! Thank you for that Prime resub. You can always play Tesla games too. I might send it out to you guys, Epitome. Like you and Corky and Danable and all that stuff, and have you guys play it. For two reasons. One, I can get some feedback from some like people who haven't played the game yet or haven't seen anything yet. But two, the reason I don't want people like Turtle, Random, or Sonic, the reason I don't want them play testing it for me is because I don't want to ruin their live streams. Like I know they're gonna live stream the game, and I don't want them to be like, hey guys, like today we're playing Dark Passenger. I've already played it before. I know all the answers to all the puzzles, but we're gonna play it for, you know, an on-stream test. And I'm gonna be like, and you know, like they're not gonna have that initial reaction, that same initial response that you would get, you know, if it's their first time actually playing the game. You're bad at math? It's not complicated math. It just takes a second to figure out the math. That's all. No, Turtle, you're going to play the game for the first time on stream without knowing the solution to any of the puzzles so that I can laugh at you when you get stuck on them all. Doc, what's up, buddy? How you doing? It's okay. It's only 9 p.m. in the UK right now. Yeah, I think it was more so when I used to stream evening streams. I used to start streams like 2 hours from now. And then I would go into evening streams. And then you would be super late in the UK. You can't deny it. I know, you can't deny it. We have the proof. Hate phones in bed? If you need to fall asleep within 10 minutes, you're screwed. I usually lay and like watch stuff on my phone for a little bit before bed, just because that's like one of my times that I can kind of like, without having any other responsibilities, just kind of like, you know, veg out on some internet content. Wrecker, I might be able to include some of the like the longtime viewers here in chat that don't stream, right? Or don't make YouTube content or whatever. Only because, like I said, this game is not a game that I think that you'll play multiple times. Right? Unless I put out new content for it or whatever with Dark Passenger. Like once you've seen the puzzles, once you've played the game, I don't think this is a game that you're going to come back and play multiple times. And so I just don't want people who are going to potentially make content out of it to play it off stream and then ruin the content they're going to make out of it. You know what I mean? Or ruin it for the viewers even. Because like the viewers might come in there and be like, oh, you know what? I really want to see Turtle play this game. I think it's going to be funny. He's going to play this game. And then Turtle knowing the answers to everything, you know, that's going to ruin the experience for the viewer too. So I kind of want to make sure that their content stays intact, you know? Oh, you forgot what Dark Passenger is? You're a liar. You're a liar. I gave you more. You know backstory on it, right? You know some stuff. I've given them teasers, a little few teasers here and there, but living the dream. It's good to hear. It's good to hear, Doc. Worth a shot. To my stream chat, it's driving you crazy. Are you talking about like on the? Are you talking about on the chat overlay thing? Did somebody say KW? I don't even know. Oh yeah, Insum will probably play this when it's ready. Oh yeah, Insum and Psycho and all of them will probably play it, but I don't have like day-to-day conversations with them, right? I mean, they're so busy with so many other things. I can understand it. Right now, Orin and Turtle are kind of my two streamers that I talk to a lot off stream. Mostly because, like, you know, I don't know why. Just they were the two that I picked. I talk to them the most. I think that's because they're mostly on the same time zone as me too. So it makes it easier to talk to people who are on the same time zone, but also have like, you know, similar like stream contents and all that other stuff. All right, next part. We're gonna go in here and we're gonna create a variable, but first we need to create it in C++. For anybody who doesn't know, I do most of my games now. It's a hybrid between blueprints and C++. All of my base classes, all that kind of stuff are written in C++, and I extend them out into blueprints. However, one thing that I always do, 100% of the time, is I create a data header file here called game data. And what I do in game data is this is where I create all of my enums and all of my like data assets that I'm going to use. So we'll just go ahead and put this in like right here. Enum class E water monster state uint 8 and then blueprint type. Okay, so we're gonna have idle. Okay. Oops. We're gonna have roaming. Okay. Idle, roaming, chasing. We could do like an attack player. I see chat moving, guys. Give me just a second. Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to go ahead and close this, and we're just going to reload it because sometimes like adding like data types and stuff like this, it just gets weird. So it's not underwater. Redbeard Joe, it's flooded with water about like just below the knee height wise. So there's like, you know, a little bit of like water that you slosh through, but it's not like underwater. It's just flooded. But yeah, so all of my base classes are written in C++, and then we extend them into blueprints for prototyping. And then what I end up doing is if there's something that's in the blueprint that I feel like should be in C++, once I figure out the logic and blueprint, I'll take it and I'll bring it back down into C++ and expose it through that way. It's a lot cleaner of a way to do it. It's a lot easier to like go back and forth between C++ and blueprints that way. If you want to make a game in full blueprints, you absolutely can. There's no requirements to use C++. I've just started using C++ for certain things, and I feel like it's made my life easier in some instances. So it's a really good balance to kind of do that, to set all your base classes into C++, and then, sorry, just OCD in a little bit there. Set all your base classes into C++, and then extend them in prototype and blueprints. It's a lot cleaner that way, in my opinion. All right, there we go. Sorry, it's gonna bug me. What is umeta? So in that instance right there, what the umeta is doing is it's adding a metadata to that asset type or that data type. And so in this case, idle is the value that's going into the enum, and then we're adding a umeta, which is like a macro, right here, that allows you to expose like common, like more human readable display names for these tags. So like in the code, we would reference the enum via like idle, roaming, chasing, attack, and then we can have a display name that's slightly different than it, right? So like in this case here, like enter red door, right, has a display name that's enter space red space door. And so that for reading purposes in the engine, we can read that a lot easier than trying to decipher words that are smushed together. Sometimes you like to use shorthand stuff, so this might be like idle, right? And then in here, I could do like water monster idle, right? So I could be more descriptive in here, but then not have to use a more descriptive value inside the code. So it's just a way of tagging additional like metadata that you're going to be adding into a data type. That's kind of what we're using meta tags here for. It's more so just a macro that gets wrapped into the Unreal editor. What's up, Corky? How you doing? How about a player doesn't get attacked? We all just get along and have a nice time. Would it be a horror game then, though? You know, you want attention now? No, Eva. You guys. I didn't mean underwater. I meant yeah, it's flooded. Yeah, flooded is a better term for it. I thought you meant by like underwater, like, you know, it's full of water. It's not full. It's just flooded. Flooded is a better term. You're C++. No, you're C++. I thought he was A+, Corky. Your face is C++. All right. Now that we have that added, we can come in here and we can call the state. We'll call it monster state. I don't know. Frick. What did I call that? Does anybody else do this all the time? Water monster state. Water monster state. By default, it'll start in idle. And we're going to make a task that we can then utilize that will just update the state, and that's all it'll do. All right, I'll just leave. Will you though, Eva? I'm sure you'll be back. Maybe some people's horror is everyone just getting along. I could see that. There could be some people that think that, you know, that would be scary. I already added math to the game, okay, Simbena? I mean, like, I can't scare people too much. If it didn't attack you. Yeah. Back to the job, just checking in. As I'm HR, so I need to do that from time to time. Well, hopefully things are going well for you, Corky. I appreciate you stopping by. I would have said, you know, short. Well, it, yeah, we could have. We could have just done like a monster state. Enum. I don't know. You don't know. I don't know. You know what? You were right, Eva. But I'd be willing to bet at some point that you will forget that you say that you will never come back, and then you'll come back. It's something I'd be comfortable wagering. Yeah, I added math. Worse than any jump scare people can make. No, Corky, I got what you're saying. You just said you had to go back to the job, so I was just hoping things are going well with the job and stuff in general. I feel like we don't get to see you anymore. Okay, so we start on idle. We're gonna create a task. That's state tree task. State tree task blueprint base. State tree task, and this is gonna be update monster state. Okay, we're gonna open that up. Wrong window. All right, so in idle, we're gonna give it 2 tasks. You know what I really should do? I should just give it some child states. We're gonna just say update state, and then we'll add another child state that will be delay. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is we are going to copy this, and we're gonna delete that, and we're gonna put that into here. Okay. And then the transitions for this one is going to be go to Rome. Let's say please go to Rome. I heard a thing. What happened? Blue Mixer. Still doing it forever. Thanks to Champion. I appreciate you for coming back in your 18 months. Who needs another free game key? I was gonna say, if you guys want, if you guys have multiple stream keys or whatever, like keys that you've earned from watching the stream, I may allow you guys to redeem them for Dark Passenger as well. So if you guys want to use your key on Dark Passenger instead of if let's say you have 2 keys, you don't have to do it the second one, you can always just say, I'll take a copy of Dark Passenger. You probably don't need that transition anymore. We'll just leave it like that, I think. But I'm still thinking about that. Dark Passenger is not going to be an expensive game by any means, but if you would like to use a key copy for that, we can work something out. 44 hours of overtime last month? Man, that sounds like a lot. Hopefully they're not, hopefully they're paying you well for that. They're not taking advantage of you, All right, so update state, update monster state. And that what we're gonna do is we gotta go into update monster state. We're gonna make a variable, which is gonna be new state, which is that E water monster state. I'm gonna go ahead and expose this. We'll leave it under default because I think that way we can just pass in whatever state we want that to be in here. So in this case, we want to go to state idle. Perfect. And then in here, we do our delay. So this is going to update our state, then let's go down to here, delay, and then it'll go down into Rome. If at any point we hear chase noise, I'm hoping this will interrupt the Leafs, but I don't know. I don't remember. Okay, and then inside of Rome, we're gonna add a child state, and we're just gonna call this update state again. And this time we're gonna move it so that it's the very first thing here. The transitions on state complete. Just go to next state, and then in our task, we're gonna tell it to update our monster task. And in this case, we are roaming, so we're gonna tell it to do roaming. Let's go finish this up really quick. So we're gonna go on enter state. I'm just gonna call it succeeded. And we need the actor. So let's go ahead and grab our actor, which is going to be a BP water monster object reference. We're gonna expose that, and we're gonna make this a context. That should give us our context actor. Okay, so now we grab our actor, and we can say set monster state. And we're just gonna tell it to succeed here, and we're gonna set it to whatever our new state is. So that way we can keep track of it inside the actual AI itself. All right, so then coming back in here, so when we go into roaming, it'll go in here and we'll update our state into roaming. Then we're going to add a child state into here, update state. And then that is going to be the first thing we do in here. Again, we're going to give it that same task to update the monster state. In this case, we are going to be chasing. And then our transition on this is going to be go to the next state once it's done doing that. Wait, this goes to route. Run to location. I think this needs to go to next. On state complete, go to next. Update stuff here, then go back up. Okay, and then we're gonna add a child state to this. Update state. Same thing here. I'm just gonna tell it to update our state. This one's going to be attacking. And then when it's done, tell it to go to next state. And I'm just gonna move this up here. Okay. So do they pay you overtime or are you salaried? I mean, that's a true question. You had the same. That's rough to me. I feel like if you're gonna have somebody working like a bunch of extra hours for you, they need to be compensated in some way. You know, like I don't get like the bit like being able to hide behind this badge of, oh well, you're a salaried employee. Okay, well I'm salaried to work 40 hours a week, 52 weeks a year, with X amount of holidays and time off, blah blah blah. Right? If I go over that, you know, you owe me for that. That's what we do, True North, is if we end up going over 40 hours in a week or whatever, the expectation for us is to like take another day off within the pay cycle. So let's say you work an extra 8 hours, then the expectation is at some other point in that same pay period that you take like an 8-hour day off, you know, so that you don't have overtime. Salary is a joke at times. It really is. I feel like it's in a way to like abuse people. So I like, if I hire people on salary, I'm like, look, you get your 40 hours in each week. Like, unless you like absolutely are dying to work on something past that, like, because I get people sometimes, they love their job, they want to do more and more and more. But I'm like, look, unless you're like, you can't wait till this to tomorrow because you're going to forget something or whatever, then like, you know, do things now and then maybe start tomorrow later or something, you know? But like, I really don't like the idea of working past 40 hours. Like I like to be like, okay, have a nice work-life balance, you know? Because I think at the end of the day, my take on it is, if I'm a CEO and my employees are happy, they're going to be more likely to want to keep their job, right? So they're going to work harder during the time they do work. But B, like, the work that they produce during the time they're working is going to be much more productivity out of that, rather than somebody who's like disgruntled and hates being there but needs to be there because that's like the paying their bills and stuff, right? And I feel like at the end of the day, like, because like that's how I am right now. Like the company that I work for my day job, like I'm super invested in them succeeding because I've always been treated like with like as if like, you know, me as a person is more important than the business, right? They're putting their employees above the business and making sure that we're getting taken care of, making sure that, you know, that if there's an issue that we're having, that they, you know, approach it, address it, and do all this other stuff, right? Like they try to take care of their employees. And I feel like at the end of the day, I'm like, as an employee who sees this, right? Like, I'm not even joking. Like they send us like what they call swag, right? Which is like, you know, simple things like we get like little pocket knives and we get backpacks and hoodies and like everything with like the company logos on it. I don't have anything right at my computer right now, but like they do things to show the appreciation to the employees. And I think at the end of the day, it makes me be like, okay, well, I want to make sure that this company I'm working for succeeds now, right? Because it is kind of, it's still a smaller company, right? It was started up not too long ago, several years back now, but in grand scheme of things, not it's still a young company. And as an employee, I want to see them succeed now because they've always taken care of me, right? But if they were sitting here making me, holding my nose to the grindstone, being like, oh, deadlines and blah, 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 and I don't care what your life's like, this needs to be done. Like, if that was the case, like 24/7, yeah, like I wouldn't give, two shits if the company failed. But, I feel like they've cultivated an environment that I want to stay in, This is great, but his hands are tied. Productivity is king. Yeah. I don't even have hours attached to my contract. I get my monthly salary. I'm just expected to actively work as long as I make progress and regularly report and participate in what it means. Super grateful for that. That's kind of how I'm in right now, right? So the contract that I'm on, like, as long as you're getting your stuff done and you're doing your hours, it doesn't matter if I wake up and knock out 8 hours today first thing in the morning, or if I want to do 3 hours in the morning and then 5 hours in the middle of the night, or if I want to work some on the weekends and take some time off during the week. Like, a lot of that is super flexible. As long as I'm going to the meetings I'm supposed to go to, as long as I show up to the travel events that I'm supposed to go to, as long as I'm doing and meeting the things that I'm supposed to go to, they don't really care like what you're doing every minute of the day, as long as you're, across the day getting your time in. And I'm super grateful for that. That's why I can do these live streams at like weird, awkward times throughout the middle of the day. I can do some work, like I did this morning. I did some stuff this morning. Went to I have a little gym here in my house. I worked out for a little while, and I was like, okay, now I want to stream, right? And after I'm done streaming, guess what I'll do? I'll probably, eat something for dinner or whatever, and then I'll spend some more time on my computer doing some stuff for my job. Like, that's just kind of like how the day is, right? It's super flexible to like whatever I'm feeling like doing like in the moment. And I feel like that at the end of the day, like as long as like, kind of like what Matella said, like as long as you're hitting progress and you're hitting the standards and you're going to the meetings and you're checking off all the boxes, I feel like why care about the little things beyond that, I don't know. You can't squeeze blood out of a rock, right? But you could put the rock next to a nice stream and make it very pleasant for the rock, and they're going to be enjoying the sun and a nice time, but they'll still be productive. Still the same rock. Your company is similar? Yeah. I feel like a lot of companies are starting to realize that. And heck, there's even talks about going to a 4-day work week, which would be awesome, right? Getting that extra day to have to recover from the week's worth of stuff. That's also when you got kids, sick. Yeah, exactly. Like this morning, my daughter woke up sick feeling this morning and couldn't go to school. And it's like, okay, well, I don't have to worry about being like, hey guys, my daughter's sick. I can't work today. No, she's upstairs in her room right now. She's chilling. And I'm just down here. If she needs something, she'll either text me or call me, or she might come down here. Like, she's not sick. Like, she's not like dying or anything, right? But she just enough to where, the school would send her home. So we just said, yeah, just stay home today, and we're here. It's easy. So especially when you have kids. I think that also, sorry, we're off on a complete side rant right now, but I think also companies that like take care of families will also have even more productivity out of that person. So in this prime example, right, giving them the opportunity to take care of their children when, an illness comes up, something comes up, it could even be like, hey, my kid has a play that they're in, and I want to go to the school and watch the play or whatever, right? You know what I mean? Like little things like that, being able to accommodate stuff like that, I think makes that person even more productive, right? Because then they're like, man, now like not only do they like accommodate me, like I want to go out of my way to accommodate them even more. I feel like that is a thing that happens. And I'm not saying that people who don't have families or don't have kids, they aren't as productive or anything. That's not what I'm saying. I just feel like there's sometimes like gratitude that gets paid back that says like, hey, like I like really appreciate you let me, do the things that I need to do to take care of my kid. So like when I got the time to put back into the project or back into whatever, they're going to put in that effort twice fold. You know what I mean? Consulting 4 days a week. Why would they hate that? What do you mean? That's true. Not everybody needs the same 4 days off. Like, you could stagger it. Like, I'm cool with doing that stuff too. Like, there's no written rule somewhere that says like Saturday and Sunday has to be the days that you have off, right? When I was in the military, we used to do things where, why can't I think of what we call them? But there was shifts that you would go on, right? Where there'd be like, 12-hour shifts, and like you would work those really long shifts, but then you would have like, 3 or 4 days that you would work, and then you'd have like 4 days off. And it would, I can't think of the freaking name for that right now. Holy crap. But you would basically go through this rotation so that certain people were always working. It was a lot of times when it had to be like a 24/7 operation where it needed somebody there all the time. And so what they would do is they would work these long shifts, and they would do that for 2 or 3 days, and then they would have like 4 days off, right? But during their 4 days off, like other people would be working their 2 or 3 days, So it would just keep rotating. And it sucked when you had to work those long shifts, but then you'd have like 4 days off. The thing that really sucked though was the people that worked like the night shift version of it, so that you'd have night shift version. So you're like nights for 3 days or whatever. And then it's like, okay, I have 4 days off, but to like not screw myself when I go back to work, like I had to like sleep during the day still. It was weird. That's exactly, yeah. That's what I kind of saying, like, you take care of your people, they'll take care of you back, 32 hours billable instead of 40. Oh, like, because you guys bill based off consulting, based off the hours that you consult. Yeah. Well, is that the hours billable thing? Is that, I'm assuming that's under a contract, right, Space Cadet? So, like, at some point you'd have to say, okay, like, because, like, the idea is when they say, if you're going from a 5 to 4 day work week, it would be 5 to 4 day work week, but without a pay cut. So the idea is that they still pay you the same amount, you just get an extra day off. So like that might be something that would get worked into a contract then, right? You would just get paid more hourly rate to equate what you were making on a 40-hour work week instead of 32. I don't know how that works. Have you ever heard of the card game Magic the Gathering? Yeah, I never really got to play Magic the Gathering. But I've seen it. Well, yeah, I mean, there's also a game called, I think a lot of people know what Dungeons & Dragons is. What do you think about custom deck boxes that are laser etched and custom dice? A lot of that stuff is very popular on like Etsy and stuff. Like making dice towers, custom dice, boxes for your equipment. Like a lot of that stuff is very popular on Etsy. Because of appreciation, but also if you got a great job that gives you these perks, you sure as hell want to. Yeah, exactly. You sure as hell want to keep the job, right? So that's another good point, right? You bring up. It's like, okay, these people get super comfortable and they're like, damn, I really like this job. It's super cushy. Like it really supports the lifestyle I want to live. I don't want to lose this job, right? So like I'm gonna make sure I put all of my, I'm not gonna half-ass the job. I'm gonna full-ass the job, That's definitely part of it. We used to have 16-hour night shifts, and I just watched people sleep. It was so brutal. Yeah, I hated working night shift stuff. I'm glad that like my job, like I occasionally would have to come in for night stuff, but it wasn't like every day. It was kind of sporadic towards the end. Directly all week. Gotcha. Do custom stuff. Be done for cash? Probably. It probably could. I full-ass everything. Yeah, exactly. Full-ass the job to keep half-assing. Exactly. All right, let's finish this up. Okay, so now we have a state that gets updated based off which state that the thing is in. Also, what I'm going to do is make sure that that's exposed, because that way we could track that. We can click on the monster, see what state it's in. I think that'll be a good way of doing that. The other thing that we need to do now is, all right, so we updated the player, the movement stuff so that it moves towards the player if it's too far away. We need to do the clicking now. So how do we want to do the clicking? First off, let's find a clicking sound. Let's pause that. Let's head over to freesound.org see if we can find some sort of like dolphin click or something. Let's sort of like predator click. Start with see if we can get some predator. What if we did something like that? Would that be like too alien-y sounding? Taking your partner to lunch. All right. Appreciate you, True North, hanging out. I will look at dolphin clicking too. Yes, True North. Today I learned you can't query EQS without world location. It needs an actor as a world reference. Interesting. I haven't messed around. I've used EQS in the past, but not enough to like know all the little details of it, you know? I kind of like this one. Isn't it kind of creepy? I kind of like that one. No, yeah. True North. Yeah, absolutely. I know. We'll be editing it. This predator spray can sound. It's too long. It's creepy sounding. A whale call sounds wild. Arnold yell. Sorry, all I can think of is just having like some sort of like invisible object going down a hall doing that. Spawning a target point actor defeated in. Just for destroyed after the query. It's mind-numbing. That does sound mind-numbing. What are you doing with EQS? I mean, I know there's lots of little things you could do with it, but... eh. What if we do like... We're gonna open these ones. What if we did like bat sonar? It's like a really high pitched. That's too bubbly sounding. I don't like that. It's got to be scary, you know. Have a hidden teleport, so the NPC asks the EQS system what is the most favorable spot is for teleporting. It's really clearly tell us to the target location, but out of the player's viewport. Yeah, I think, yeah, EQS probably is the best thing for that, but weird though. Sorry, Deb. Oh, little bit of a forewarning right now. I forgot to do this before we started, but luckily it hasn't killed anybody yet. We are listening to sound effects right now. If you are lurking in chat and you're not paying attention and you have headphones on, I don't control the volume of the sounds that come out of this website. That is all up to you right now on how much you want to turn down the stream's volume before your ears get destroyed. Throwing that out there, little disclaimer. I kind of control that. That one's kind of my bad. It's also Wild Slicer's bad because he's a net. But that one I could turn down technically. These ones I could turn down, but the problem is that I don't know how loud the sound effect is going to be, and I don't want to turn it down too much and then we don't hear anything, and I don't obviously want to have it too loud and then it just murders everybody's ears. I'm just looking at the sound waves, and when I see big sound waves, I typically know that means it's going to be loud, and I try to forewarn people before that. Time for some ears to bleed. It's happened. That's why I'm like, I have to put that disclaimer out there because it has happened. We've clicked on a sound and it's like, man, now I can't hear anything. Did we hear this one? Yeah. Okay, I don't think bat's what we want. All right, what was the other one? Dolphin? Click? I don't know. Alien dolphin calls. That is kind of creepy. No, yes, basically that's what I'm saying. I could turn down the Chrome volume, absolutely. But then there could be times where, like, you know, like this one here, we might not hear anything if I turn the volume down too low. So I'd rather just have it loud so I can hear the sound effect, and then we'll edit it inside of a audio program and bring it into the engine and all that stuff. But like, because some of these sounds are quiet, some of them are loud, I don't control that. All I control is, and I don't want to go sit here and drag the Chrome volume up and down just when I click a sound effect real quick. You know what I mean? Has its fun for like where hear that behind. Stepping out of ridiculous places like behind. I think you were talking about that the other day, right? Like having like AI just step out of like, or NPCs just coming out of like weird random places. Pitch that down 0.4 and it could be good. You talking about the alien dolphin calls? Oh, this is like a, never mind. I don't hear anything. So it's so quiet. The hell was that? It's like the old tape, you know, recorders being rewinded. Just water. All right, like this one. This one could be very loud, guys. I'm warning you again because look how big the waveform is. It is so random. It is absolutely so random. But it's a good place to find like weird random clips like this and then just edit them, you know, without having to go out and record something. I don't even know what I would record for this anyways. How creepy would it be if we like pitched this noise down and you heard this coming from the dark? So pitch it down. It could be interesting. Dolphins screaming underwater. What's up, Super Mario? Mario, I had a pretty good day. I didn't check after hours, but I had a pretty good day earlier going on. Ain't nobody expecting that sound. I know, right? Just get videos of crows talking. Singing? Yes. I opened it up into another tab. We can experiment with it. That has me open. It was a great day. Tech stocks were all... Yeah, but I mean, like... S&P 500 just shot up because of it, right? What? I was up 1.68% today. Great day. Great day. Solid day. Let's keep that up. It's more of those. It's up 10% less than 3 weeks. You know what's stupid, though, is that it was probably down more than 10% like 3 weeks prior to that. And the crow says, come here. Oh, God. When Moon, when Lambo. I still have some GameStop and AMC shares just in case. That and like they've like gone down to be worthless compared to what I paid for them. So I'm like, just hold on to them at this point. It makes it worse. Do they really? I don't think I've ever heard a crow talk. Would we hear the screaming one? It almost sounds like the EMF detector from Supernatural. You guys remember that little thing? Take the water noise out of it. All right, what was the other one? There was something else somebody said. Whales? It was something about whales, wasn't it? A whale call? I don't think that's probably going to be too long, right? Too drawn out. But wouldn't that be too long? Don't whales make like really long? Like we want something like short, clicky noises. You're still here. God damn it! You said you had to leave. Otters. Let's see what an otter sounds like. That's not an otter. Paper fluttering. Here's what you got to do. Ready? Go to Amazon. Get yourself one of these guys. All right? Get yourself one of these guys. And then just start making the noises that you can't find. That's what I ultimately ended up doing. This one's going to be a little rougher because it sounds like this is going to have to be more like kind of created in some way. But like my footstep noises that I'm going to use for water sloshing, I've used it for like making wall impact noises and key impact noises and all that kind of stuff, you know? Your partner's not ready yet? Oh, okay, well that makes sense then. A koala noise? Do you think they make like a weird like clicky noises? What's up, Sandy? How you doing? You love my shirt? It's a good shirt. I like this shirt. It's not the material that I like necessarily in Hawaiian, but it's a nice shirt. All right, what did you guys just say? Koala? One measure. What is this? This is not. Playing some freaking music there. That's not a koala. The bird calls. Why is there no koala sounds? My baby going blah. Oh, koala sampler. Maybe that's a thing on. That's an app. Oh, maybe that's why we get weird results here. Yeah, that's what I found, Mattel. It's just when there's a sound that you're looking for and you know what makes the sound and you have like access to something that can make the sound, like, you know, like just go record it. It's a good investment. It is. It's a really good investment. It was like $120 or something like that. $130 for this one. I don't remember how much it was exactly. But it's been super useful so far for like weird random sounds that I just like, I know I could just record. Like I encounter them in my day-to-day life, but I can't find a good one on here. Talking crows. Do I really want to do that though? Let's see what we get from here. Talking crows. I think of you guys ever watch Always Sunny? There's that episode of Making Dennis Reynolds a Murderer. And I just always laugh at how Danny DeVito says crows in that episode. Yeah, Dee's on his side. She'll say whatever he wants, so he doesn't snap her neck like them crows. Yeah, fight milk, exactly. Crows. I need something like that for the other game. This is what koalas sound like. Sounds like Uber Eats. Or Uber Teens, sorry. Oh. Frickin' pig. Sounds creepy. Yeah, Chino, you can post a link as long as it's relevant. And not to like a sketchy site or something. If it's just a YouTube link or something, it's cool. Or this maybe. So totally creepy, but do you see how like it's like long, like this isn't like what I'm thinking about doing is this more of like a clicky sound, right? So that it's more like it makes a noise, and then we have like clicky noises like happen all around it as it bounces the noise back off of like surfaces, like, or it plays the noises at some surfaces randomly around it. You know what I mean? I'm back from lurking when I hear koala grunts. I've never heard a koala like that, so that was interesting for sure. Okay, like I kind of want, okay, what I'm gonna do, we have 3 sounds here. I'm sure we can get some sounds out of these that'll work. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna download these sounds. We're gonna bring them into Audacity, however you pronounce it. And then we're going to play with the pitch on them a little bit and see which of the clicks that we like the most. And then we'll just get it in the engine so we can implement this really quick. We're probably spending way too much time just looking at nonsense. So I need to make progress, right? So let me download those, and then we'll throw them over here in here, and we'll do this. I don't know how you pronounce it, however you pronounce this stupid program. I've seen a fox scream, yeah. I've also heard the song. Why was that so full? Oh my god. That just like spilled all over me. All right. Hopefully I got it all off. Carefully. Okay, and we're good. Oh, it's like it went through the shirt, got all over me. Ugh. All right. Download sound. Give me sound. Nope, not there. Sound effects. Let's call it dolphin. Why not? All right. All right. What I'll do is I'm going to leave this over here, and we'll grab the other 2 if this one doesn't work. So kind of work a process of elimination here. Sounds like your door. How do you pronounce it? I like Audacity, like Audio City. Audacity? I don't know. It's a word. It's an app. It's a software thing that we're going to use today, okay? God bless me. Why? I didn't sneeze. What the hell's going on here? A slight drinking problem, frantic, but not for Monster. You know, whiskey's my normal poison, right? You know? All right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to select all of this. We're going to go to Effect, and we're just going to change the pitch. Let's do like minus 50. Let's try something like this, and then we're going to take the effect, and we're going to change the speed, which is going to pitch it back up a little bit, but I want it to be faster. Audacity? 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 Odyssey. I don't know. Whatever. We're going to use the sound editing software to edit sounds. Sounds like pinching a balloon to make fart noises. Kind of does. I don't know what this is, but it sounds cute. Well, then we're scrapping this one then. Frantic, you answered that question for me. We're going to go on to the next one. I was trying to make it not sound too cutesy, and I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Let's just mess around with it a little bit and see what we get. So we're going to go on to this one now. Throat click on free sounds, some interesting. Okay, I'll take a look at that, Lucifer. Switch to Ableton. I know, right? At least that one I could say. I've never actually used it though, so I don't really know how to use it. I've used this before, so it's just easy for me, you know? Use the free sound editing thingy. Exactly. Perfect. Audacity of this. It was like an adorable furry alien. I want one. Well, it's not what we're going for. We're going spooky clicky noises. So what if we just did like... Audacity? Da? Like a da? Audacity? That's really? That's how you say it? That sounds stupid. Let's download this other one too. See if we can overlay it. Maybe put something together here. All right, hold up. I feel like we're going to get some more mileage out of this. What do you guys think? We'll probably have to delete this. I don't... I'll try a rattlesnake, but pitch it way down. That could be interesting. I'm gonna totally forget how to say audacity. I don't know. I like my pronunciation better. Rattlesnake pitched way down. Let's see what a rattlesnake sounds like. What was the other one? Somebody else made a recommendation a second ago. Throat clicks. I almost need them to be shorter bursts, you know? Exactly. Spell. What's up, Sean? How you doing? Hiccup sound. Oh God, not what we want. That's kind of creepy, but like, again, not exactly what we're looking for. Throat clearing. All right, let's try rattlesnake. Snack. Rattlesnack. Baby rattle. I wasn't struggling with it. I have my own pronunciation, okay? These are all like baby rattles. But I suppose to be fair, I don't know how many people are out there who would like go out into the wild and they're like standing there with their recorder, like, all right, don't bite me. I just want to record your, you know, like I don't know how many people are going to be going out there doing that stuff. Unless you like hold it by its neck and then just record the rattle. I don't know how it works. Or your facial reaction to it. Yeah, that's a thing. That's the thing about free sound though. You don't know what you're gonna get. You know, it's like a box of chocolates. There's that. Maybe you have to like really.
25.
Such random sound effects. Oh man, I don't know what it is about a bell jingling noise like in the darkness somewhere that would just totally creep me out. I feel like makes no sense here, but you know what I mean. I don't know. I feel like let's make something work with this. I'm spending way too much time on this. I know like this is why I hate sound design and I love sound design at the same time. Sound design will make your game come to life. It'll make it feel real. It'll be like one of the best things that you add to your game is sound design. I hate doing it though. You can go for some rattle snacks. Could be good. Stupid snake, we need to cooperate. Yeah, right? We're on take 27 at this point. Stop biting me. Wind chimes? Not really, no. So, with this, we need it to be like sonar-y based, right? So like it needs to go out with one noise and then back with another noise. Right? Like how do we want to do the echo noise? I guess that's the question. Because, okay, for anybody who doesn't know what we're doing right now, we're coming up with a sound effect for the invisible monster to use when it's standing still or roaming so that you can potentially hear it and not walk into it and then just get instantly killed by it because it's just like idling there, invisible, and you're like, oh, da-da-da-da, and then all of a sudden this thing just attacks you out of nowhere. I'd like there to be some sort of like, you know, like, oh, hey, I just heard a thing and it sounds like it's coming from over here or whatever. You know, like there's some sort of way for the player to outplay the AI rather than just being like completely just instant killed. And so that's what we're coming up with. And what we came up with was this idea of having, because the AI has no vision, it works off as just sound. We thought about coming up with this system where it occasionally sends out some sort of clicky noise, and then we will do some random line traces off of where the AI is to find some nearby surfaces. And then what we'll do is after a short delay, we'll play clicky noises at those locations, like as if the sound is bouncing off of that mesh or whatever. So that it will be like, oh, like I heard one, and then a few seconds later, there's all these other sounds, and you can try to maybe triangulate where the AI is based off of the sounds that you hear. Or you could just avoid where the sounds are coming from and be like, nope, we're going to turn around and go this way. You know what I mean? Like give the player some sort of like gameplay mechanic that they can use here, even though, you know, part of it is avoiding the invisible monster. It is like, okay, well, if it's not moving and it's not causing a splash, it's just standing there invisible. How do you avoid it, right? Was that Valkyries? Something like that? Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Aren't submarine sonar noises very clicky? No, they're more pingy. I don't think they're very scary sounding. Well, usually anything that uses sonar is inaudible. Well, listen here. It's going to make clicky noises, and then we're going to reflect some clicky noises back, okay? Slightly shifted down in pitch. We could do that. We could do that in Engine, right? We could just make this into like a meta sound or something. and we could just totally tweak it. Because what I'm thinking is, this is what I'm thinking for the system, guys. AI, here, you know what? We're gonna totally steal Pirate Software's like whole gimmick and pull open Paint really quick, and it's just gonna be a thing, okay? Just make sure it's on TikTok so we can see it. And yeah, okay. We're gonna go with this, okay, guys? So the idea is the AI is gonna be right here, okay, and I'm gonna have it shoot out the initial sonar, and when it does that, we're just gonna do some like line traces out to like different areas, right? And what I'm gonna do is when it shoots out the line traces, we're gonna say, okay, you know, it hit. Let's get a little bit bigger of a line here. It hit, you know, these locations here, here, and here. This is totally worse than his though, don't worry. And then what we're gonna say is give me all of these locations, and then I wanna know the distance from that location to the AI monster. Because what I would like to do is after we find all these locations, I would like to like go through that array and say, okay, this is the closest one, so it's gonna respond first, and then we're gonna go by distance responding, and then what we could do is we can feed this into a meta sound, and we can say, okay, the ones that are further away, right? The ones that are further away, they're gonna have a lower pitch. And the ones that are closer are gonna have a higher pitch. And that way, like, you can tell based off the response, the pitch sound, if you are close to the AI or if you are further from the AI, but you're still in range of hearing a echo response. So you still know that the AI is somewhere nearby you, but based off of which response pitch you hear the most will determine which, like, how far you are from the invisible thing. Does that make sense? Well, that's fun. Wild Slicer, thank you, just like me. Pro game dev tool. It is. This is probably a horror representation, but hopefully this makes sense to you guys. It's a weird way to draw a spider. It is kind of a weird way to draw a spider. I'm pretty bad at drawing too, so. Security warning. Yeah, I'll take a look at that after stream. I'm curious what about it's been hacked, you know? So anyways. Right there. Okay, so anyways, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Does that make sense? So what I'm thinking is, like, we have like an initial sound that it plays. So if you hear that sound, then it's going to be like, okay, the thing is really close to me. I should probably stop moving, right? But then if you hear response sounds based off their pitch, you should be able to determine kind of how close or how far you are. At least that's the concept. That's the idea. Yeah. And what I'm thinking is that we give it like 3 or 4 different response noises so that when they all go off, if you hear them all, it's like, oh, okay, I'm standing right next to this thing probably. But we'll put some attenuation on them and all that good stuff too. But what if we just have it do like this noise is like the initial noise that it sends out, right? And then we use like these ones as like response noises. What do you guys feel about that? Like that would be 2 different noises. Exotic, I appreciate the lurk. That could be interesting, right? Because then you can hear the initial noise and then you can hear the response echoes. And they're audibly different. Or we could have something like this be the initial. We just get rid of this one completely. I think I like this more. Select effect. Oh, That's noise reduction. Where's normalize? Am I blind? There it is. Apply. All right, I like this one. So what we're going to do is we're going to try export. And we can change these later, right? Oops, that's not the right one. Export selected audio. Yeah, I think this is what we're going to use. So this is going to be the initial clicking. And I'm going to make a folder for water monster, just so I know. All right, so we're going to use this as like the initial clicking, and then we'll do something with these. I think, well, we can pitch it down in engine. So I'm not going to be worried about the pitch too much here. But they need to be short, kind of like quick responses. So let's try like export selected as response click respond click 01. Super creepy. It's gonna be really creepy to hear these, I think. Yeah, that's my thought process at least. Sorry, I guess it's really awkward to stream it this time because like there's no audio playing, no music playing. It sounds like so quiet when I'm doing something. And I'll just randomly select these clicks. 3. Okay, that's 4 different click sounds. I think that should be, let's do maybe one more. I don't know, let's grab. I don't remember where I grabbed stuff from. Okay, let's start with this. We can always grab more. I'm gonna put some music back on just while we implement the logic for this now. All right. So what we need to do is I think we make it a function inside of here, like emit click or something. I think there's more letters. Click. Emit. Click. Did I spell emit wrong? Emit? I don't know why. I'm tripping over here. Okay. Emit click. We want to do like random 360 degrees around the character. So we want to send out, should it be like a random amount between like 3 and 5 echoes? Right, so it would be like a for loop between 1 and random turn range 3 5. Let's try that. And then we need to import those sounds. Actually, before we do this, play sound. Well, let's actually do this. Let's make it a make it an audio component, because then we combine to like when it's done, so that we know that that whole audio clip plays first, and then we do the line traces, and then we do our responses. So it's not like instantaneous all across the board, right? So this one, sounds. Don't I have hospital? I'm really confused right now. Huh. I thought I had a hospital folder on this. Okay. We're gonna go grab all those sounds that we just created. Sound effects, water monster, grab all of these. Okay. And now what I'm gonna do is on initial clicking, we're just gonna create a cue for this. And then in here, it'll always be the same clicking, but we're gonna add a modulator into there so we can change it slightly. And the modulator settings, the volume, let's always just set the volume to the same, but then we'll change this. So let's do like 0.8 to 1.2. Let's see what this sounds like. This is going to be effects. No. I don't know why there's extra music classes. I got to remove these stupid things. Wouldn't be ambient. Game sound classes. We'll do that. Let's just put it under effects for now. The volume is always going to be up. Attenuation setting on this, we're just going to put short range. Okay. Okay, good enough. Let's try that. Back to our water monster. So our clicking is going to be our initial clicking. Always going to be that. These are sound class overrides. We don't need sound class overrides or do this attenuation override, blah, blah, blah. The thing that we do need to do is auto activate needs to be disabled so it doesn't play right away. Okay, and then what we'll do is we'll say play this. And then what we'll do is off of this, we'll say bind event to audio finished. Let's do something called spawn echoes. And then this is what's going to go into here. So we play our clicky noise. And then after that's done, finished playing, we spawn our echoes. So our echoes, it's going to be a random integer between 1 and, between 3 and 5. So we should have between 3 and 5 line traces that go out and spawn some echoes. Now, the thing that I'm thinking about right now is if we just use like a random number generator, we could have like echoes spawning kind of close to each other. So like if they're like within a certain degree. Because what we need to do is we need to find the player or the actor's location, and then we're going to do a line trace out. We'll do a really far distance, but we need to do it out in like a random direction. So I got to figure out how to do that because I don't think I've ever actually had to do that before. So we're going to try that. So we're going to do line trace. By channel is probably fine. And what we'll do is we'll just use the visibility channel for right now. So we're going to start at get actor location. Just gonna move this over here. And then ignore self. For right now, we'll do it for duration of 5. And okay, so we need to figure out the direction to go into. I'm trying to think how we could do that. Because if we get forward vector, that's just going to go out forward of the actor. Is there a way that we can offset? Like, can we just do like a rotation or something? Like get actor forward vector. And then can we like rotate this? Rotate vector around axis. Returns the result of vector A rotated by angle degree around axis. How do I just mark like 1? Does anybody know how this node works? Because then what we could do is we could say random float in range from 0 to 360. I just don't know if this is right. Returns resulted vector A rotated by angle degree around the axis. I mean, the z-axis, if we rotate around that, I mean, that should be right. Around the up vector. Would that not be right? Because, like, ideally here, right? If we have our little guy, and we have, going off of him, we have, like, our forward vector, right? And I want to rotate it on a random point around this. Don't we want to rotate around the z so it can point, like, over here? Just z, yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking we want to do, right? Okay. Let's try it. YOLO. But then we need to take this value, multiply it by our, it doesn't matter. Actually, let's do a double because it's going to be weird if we don't. Whatever. The distance that we want to shoot it out by, so let's say 3,500 or something. And then we add that back to the location of the actor, and we say that's our end point. We have some debug draws, so we can check this. And for right now, what I'll do is on begin play, we'll just say emit click, so that like on begin play, like we can see like the lines right away because it's right near the start point. So, all right, we can come back and fix this math if it's wrong. Okay, so what we need to do here is we need to create an array. So what I think we should do is before we do this click, we're gonna have to clear. Well, it should be more of a mapping, right? Because we can split this. Isn't there like a distance? Yeah, there's a distance here and the location. So we can get the distance location off this. Poor entity doing line traces for echoes. Yes, kind of. I don't know how long you've been following along. So we're gonna create a map, and this is going to be echoes. Am I spelling echoes wrong? I feel like there should be like an extra E or something. And that's gonna be vectors to floats. Okay, and up here, we're gonna clear it. Because then right here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna say this. If it hits something, actually we could just say blocking hit right here, right? I would like to add theoretically this should always hit something, but you never know if it doesn't. The location that it hit and the distance of that location. All right. So this is going to shoot out. This is going to shoot out. Let's do this. What the hell? Oh, is it because of this? Yeah. Distance. Location. Now we can kind of collapse that down a little smaller. All right, so then once this is done, we need to do this with like some sort of delay, and I'm trying to remember how we do this. Like, because if I for each, and we need to change the pitch and all that other stuff too, which I guess we could do. Is there a, hold up, is there a play sound at location? Is there a delay on this? Because we have the spawn sound, right? Maybe spawn sound at location. We can change the pitch. And then stop delayed. Play. Okay. I'm just wondering it because like there's not a real way for me to delay this in here. No, I don't have a plan for any verticality, no. Start time should add delay. No, start time is like if the clip is 10 seconds long and you want it to start 5 seconds into the clip, right? So you put start time at 5 and it would start at 5 seconds into the clip and then play. So it plays it immediately. It's just how far into the clip do you want it to start? That's what that means right here. See how far into the sound to begin playback at. So it's like it's scrubbing the little play bar up to a certain point in the clip, which is not what I want to do, because I don't want these to all play at the same time, which is what will happen, right? But I'm wondering if I could do something in here. If I put a delay in here, it will just go to the next loop body, but it will still do the delay, right? Because I might not need this. I might not need custom sound actor. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do that though. If I put a delay in right here, it'll immediately go to the next loop, but it'll still delay before it plays the sound, won't it? Like it won't delay the next for loop, but it will like delay from the beginning of this to play this. Yeah, they will retrigger. That's right, because they're yeah. That's right. That's right. Because the way delays work is it's kind of more setting a timer and then restarting. Yeah, so it'll fire. Yeah. Oh. Because I want it to play. Unless they all play at the same time, we just adjust their pitch. Would that make sense? If all the echoes played at the same time and we just adjust their pitch instead of delaying them, it might get kind of complicated, right? Because I'm wondering, I probably don't need this. I can just realistically just do it all in one step then. So then what we'll do is take this out. If it hits something, spawn a sound to play, and then we'll make it like an array so we can randomly select a sound out of there. Or we'll just make it into a queue, because we can adjust the pitch here. It doesn't have to be a meta sound. You make a tick function. Nah, I'm just gonna play them all at once. I don't want to overcomplicate this. So we'll just adjust the pitch based off distance, and then apply an attenuation of short range to this, and then location will be the hit location. Let's take these responses, we'll make this into a single queue. And then what we'll do for the pitch, take the distance. So the distance is 3,500. And we'll do a minimum distance of like 500 or something. And the pitch will go from, we want lower pitch further away, right? So let's go from 1 to like 0.5. I don't know, let's try that. And that should just play the sounds. YOLO? Yeah, I mean, let's just try this. So right now, the AI spawns right here, and the player spawns like right here. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to move it a little bit closer. And then save everything. Why don't I see the lines? I didn't see the... I didn't see or hear the clicking. Emit click on a begin play. Yeah, he went running away, but... like, it should have... I should have seen line traces, right? Draw debug for duration. It says hello. Huh. I did not see... I didn't see this. Yeah, it has a sound set. Okay, so that's not firing. So this is not firing. On audio finished. Bind to this. Clicking. What does the dispatcher call when the file is fully played? Yeah. So on audio finished, right, is when the audio is finished playing. So when we click play at beginning, right, it should play clicking, which I'm not even hearing the clicking. We could give it like a large range attenuation. Oh, I bet you. I wonder if. Hold up. There it goes. It wasn't playing because the attenuation was killing it, and it wasn't playing when silent. So we'll leave that on large range for clicking. That's fine right now, actually. It did look like the overlaps may not have hit something though. Visibility or camera? Do these not block visibility? Collision, presets, custom. It blocks visibility. The default is block all. Specified in static mesh. Okay, so let's see what the collision is set to block all, and it's set to block visibility. Do these not have? These should have simple collision applied to them, right? Yeah. All right, let me just close. I think it hurt. Okay. So we need to call this more often, obviously. The attenuation was killing it, so I think that's why it wasn't playing it. So how do we want to do this? Do we just want it to emit clicks every so often, even while it's moving? Non-flashbacks. Like, I mean, instead of doing this, right, we can set a timer and just say emit clicks every so often. Or do we want to do it whenever it enters in a state? Because then, I mean, like, it doesn't really matter what state it's in. We could just be like, oh, you know. Because I don't think there's a way you can bind. It would be really, really cool if there's a way that you could bind, like, on a variable. Be like, okay, on enum changed. I know you could do, like, rep notify stuff, but that's kind of like multiplayer. Every idle plus a random time and range. I mean, we could do that here, right? Like, on update state, we could say, you know, emit click or something like that on idles. British Beast, it's going along. We're not working on it at the moment. I'm taking a break from multiplayer stuff to try to finish up this single player game that was supposed to be ready for October 31st, Halloween. But due to day job stuff and some family issues or family emergency type stuff, my whole entire month of October pretty much got consumed. I've done a lot of work on it, and I was trying to get it done in time for that. But I'm not working on the Hauntings until I finish this, because I'm gonna do some test changes to the Hauntings to see if I like this, taking it, making it slightly bigger of a game, try to get some investors on board and hire a team to work on the Hauntings so that, you know, whenever my brain does these weird ADHD things and I'm like, I want to work on something else, like the game is still being worked on. But I want to do it in a more open world survival crafting kind of ghost hunting game rather than just the traditional ghost hunting games. So I'm going to come back to it, but it's I mean, for where it's at right now, it's in a good place, but it's just, it needs a little bit more polish and some more spooks and stuff. And I'd rather do that in an open world environment with a team than by myself. But I'm putting it on pause until I finish this single player game that I told myself would be I'm trying to use the single player game to kind of go through a release process so that I can kind of get past like the anxiety of releasing a project, you know? But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. How you doing? All right, because we could do it in here. So every time it goes into idle, we could tell it to emit. What if appreciate it, Brisbees. Yeah, it's getting there. You know, baby steps. What if every time it goes into idle, it emits one? We'll do like a single emit out of idle. And then while it's roaming, we do one every so often. So like when we update state, I mean, we could do something in here too where like on tick, we're checking the state. And when that changes, we like fire off a different timer event or something. Because I'm thinking like when it's chasing you, it could be really cool if like we increase the frequency at which it's emitting, like it's sending sonar pulses out as it's chasing you to try to like, you know, go faster so it has to click more often. And then when it's roaming, it clicks more often, but not as often as when it's chasing because it's moving slower. Like we could tie the click rate to the movement speed. And then when it's idle, it just does like a minimum like click interval. That would be really neat. How would I do that? I could do some sort of like ramp. And then every time it fills up, it clicks. And we can change how fast that fills up based off of the movement speed of it. Had amazing pita from Chipotle. Nice. That sounds yummy. And if you wanted, you could have an alert sound that chimes and it hears the player. We could do that too, yeah. Or like the first time it hears the player. Have some sort of like screech. Ooh, I don't like dragon fruit. That one I'm not jealous of. So what if we did that? Because I think if you change the time on a timer, does that update a timer that's running, or does that only update when you initially set it? Does anybody know? Does it like update that timer? So like if I set the timer to 0.5 initially, but then like as it starts moving, we like change this time value. Do I have to reset the timer? Or if I'm just changing the value that it's reading as its variable, will it automatically update? Does anybody know? You have to reset the timer? That's what I was thinking. So what if we did like, no. I guess it would just have to do something on tick and then like with like modulus and like a ramp or something, right? Like we'd have like a click rate variable that we can change based off movement speed. And then just have it like, this is what I'm kind of thinking. We do like event tick and we say, let's make this into a variable, which will just be called delta plus. And we set delta plus equal to delta plus delta seconds. So it's an increment of delta. And then we emit a click. If this modulus by click rate. If this equals 0, emit a click. And then set this back to 0. Would that logic work? It's super rarely going to get 0. Why would you say that? Floats are terrible with modulus. But we're working in like delta seconds, which is an extremely small increment. Doesn't the time just determine how often the event is fired? It does, yes, but it's how often it's fired when it's set. Like if we wanted to change this based off of a click rate or whatever, we have to continuously set this timer to whatever the click rate was or whatever, you know? It is actually fairly warm today, Mike. Yeah. In precision, you'll get stuff. I mean, we could do a nearly equal if we really are that cautious about it. And we could just say like a do once or something. But actually, no, it doesn't matter because we reset it here. We don't need to do once, right? So we could do, let's do a nearly equals 0 then. And we can set in our tolerance. Let's just delete like 1, 0. So that's, it'll happen, it'll emit the click, and then it sets delta back to 0. So the next frame, it's no longer going to be there. You want it to trigger whenever it exceeds the threshold, don't you? We want it to trigger whenever, so like for example, if we say we want 1 click, which is basically 1 click per second, right? It will add up delta time until it hits 1 second, right? Because that'd be modulus out to 0. And then it will emit the click, and then it will do that. So this is just basically clicks per second. So if we want a click every 10 seconds, we would just set click rate to 10, wouldn't we? This is like, I guess, the duration between clicks. So that what we could do is we can adjust click rate based off the characters, or based off the speed of the thing, right? So if it's standing still, we could do like 1 click every 30 seconds or something, or every 20 seconds. And then as it's moving, you know, like if it's just walking along, like it's roaming, we could do, you know, click rate gets set to whatever, you know, whatever we want the rate to be off that. So you want to trigger when delta plus is greater than rate, then reset delta to 0. Yeah. So it'll reset the timer basically, right? So delta plus is just adding up the seconds, right? And it's adding up the time between frames. As soon as delta plus has reached the number that is here, right? So modulus is out to 0, so there's no remainder, or it's equal, it's divisible by this number or whatever. Then we emit a click and reset that timer, is what I'm thinking. Meow. Oh, yeah, Meow Wolf. Yeah, same thing though, right? Same concept. Mega March just in Vegas. If you're doing modulus, you can unlucky and have it skip modulus 0 a few times with bad frame rate, and have it go back, have it go to multiple times during the duration without triggering it. Rather than modulus. That's true. I think I used modulus because, yeah. So when I was creating the music systems with deadmau5, we were doing ramps, but some ramp, like the delta plus value, had to keep adding up until it it went through all of the tracks, basically the length. So, and then it would reset delta plus. So the tracks that were shorter than the total bar length of all the other, like the longest bar track or whatever, those would have to reset themselves. So that's why I think I was using modulus, because I wasn't resetting delta plus. But that was just different. I think that's, yeah, we could definitely do once this is greater than or equal to click rate, right? And then we could just say do this, because then it'll reset click rate here right away. And then all we have to do is, like, if we set click rate to, for test purposes, let's set it to 5 right now, and let's just see what happens. So every 5 seconds, it should click once. I think it heard me, so it was coming back. Oh my god. that reflected sound just totally freaked me out. Because I was thinking that the AI was up here. Oh, this is creepy. This is actually pretty good. I think it's not stuck. I think it's trying to attack me. Now it's throwing me off. It heard me move, and it was waiting for the sound that it heard for that stimulus to age out. Does player block visibility? I think so, yeah. Yes, Frederick, we're adding a flood monster to Dark Passenger. It's stuck back here right now, I think. See, like, it could play sounds like way back over here, but it's gonna be super low pitch because it's far away. It's not bad. I think we could actually have it utilize 5 seconds. It's so creepy to hear noise like coming from back here. What are those lines? So every time it sends a clicky noise out, it shoots line traces out, and it's kind of like sonar. I play a sound back at those end of those line locations. So it's kind of like the sound is bouncing off of those things, and it's just debug lines so that I can see where the sounds are bouncing off of. It's going to be really creepy, though, when you're way back here and you hear an echo. All right, what I want to see now is if it comes towards me now that I'm moving away from it. I want to see that it like, we're back here now. So I want to see now it should start pathing towards me, because it should be like, oh, the player is way too far away from me. Let me go get closer to the player. It's so funny how Lumen takes editor UI into consideration for rendering. I know, isn't that hilarious? All right, so it looks like it's coming towards me. I can see splashes in the water like way down there. We have an echo right here. It's going to come up over here now, watch, and just like scare the crap out of me. Because it totally disappeared. We should see, yeah, we should still see green lines coming through it. Oh. It's like right on the other side of these walls somewhere. It can come out of this red light area over here. I couldn't tell if I just saw splashes right here or not, if that's just my eyes playing tricks on me. It's got to be playing my eyes. How does it decide pathing? It's kind of randomized. He's over here somewhere. I can't wait to get the player footstep thing working. Okay, he's over here somewhere. I'm like terrified because I don't know where he is. Is the light flickering triggered by the entity being in proximity? No. Are you talking about these lights? No. Yeah, Hammercat. This is Dark Passenger. He's over here somewhere now. Maybe we need to make the range smaller. Because now he's back here somewhere. He's over here. No, Mikey, I added it. Yeah, it's easy to switch. Okay, so what we need to do is find location to roam. Let's set this random reachable point down to something like 3,000. Nope, not 300, 3,000. And if the player location is, if that distance is greater than 2,500, let's try that. That should now make him roam to me more often. The other thing is now we need to adjust click rate, which I think what we can do is update monster state. Set click rate. And what we'll do is we'll set this to select on the state. So whatever we set the state to, if it's idle, if it's just standing there, let's say the click rate is, what, 5 seconds seems fairly all right, right? Let's do a little longer. Let's do 8 seconds. When roaming, let's set it to 5, and when chasing, we'll set it to 3. And attacking, we'll set it to like 10, so it's just doesn't happen too often while it's attacking you or whatever. Let's just try these numbers right now. Let's give it a shot again. How do you build the maps? So these maps, Hammercat, are actually from the demo packs of the assets. That spooked me. I was like, is it broken? And then I just modified these ones because I didn't give myself a lot of time to make this game, so I was like, I'm just going to use the demo packs that come with the assets. But when it comes to normal times, like I usually will get references and then get assets made and then kind of work like that. It's not hard to build maps though. It's probably one of the easiest, like technically easiest things to do. I swear he heard me. Oh, he heard me. Yep, he heard me. Yeah, it's hard to make good maps, yeah. Okay, I think I got away from him. Okay, he's going there, so I'm going to run this way. I'm going to see if he comes back towards me now that I'm super far away from him. It's like he should come towards me now. The idea is I just don't want there to be a bunch of downtime in this map. I want you to constantly have to be, you know, more aggressive click sound. We could definitely make that change, yeah. Right now I just change the frequency. Yeah, see, he's coming towards me now. He's pathing away from me. So now Jesus fucking Christ. I was like, it's like there's no way he's right next to me. The red is just, it's shooting out line traces for echoes. So red just means it hasn't hit any visible surfaces yet. And when it turns green, it means it's hit a surface. So it's doing a line trace out a certain distance. Red means it hasn't hit anything yet. And then once it turns green, that means it hit something at that point. And then we're getting the data from where it hit something. Like it's super quiet over here right now. And I don't see line traces. Bitter, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, Bitter, I started this game about a month ago, beginning of October. And I've only put about a week's worth of work into it so far. Oh, he's over here somewhere. Because I got a bunch of day job stuff and then real life stuff kind of kicked off. So I meant to have this game out for Halloween, but I've only put about a week into this so far. So not a week, maybe a week and a half of like dedicated time into working on this. So I didn't get it out for Halloween just because life happened. But I wanted this to be a little bit of a break from multiplayer coding, so I made this. Oh, he's coming behind me. You give the monster some extra information about your location. Yes. So what we do, Mikey, is in this find roam location is if the player is less than 2,500 units from the water monster, it just picks a random point around the water monster and goes to that within a 3,000 unit radius, something that it can reach. And it'll go to that point. If it's farther than 2,500 units away from the player, then we use the player as the origin, and we say get a random radius, get a random point within 3,000 units of the player's location, and go to that spot. So if it starts getting too far away from the player, then we say, okay, get the player's location and go to a random location near that. If we're close to the player already, then just go to a random location within 3,000 units of the water monster itself. The line traces should definitely be a feature. No, because imagine how creepy this is going to be when I turn the line traces off and we're just running and all of a sudden we hear that little like freaking clicky noise in our ears. No, so Hammercat, the monster has no vision at all. It only works off sound. So as you walk through the water, it generates splashing sounds. And if you're just walking, it's a quieter sound that you make. If you sprint, it makes a louder sound. And then if you stand still, obviously it makes no sound. So it only works on sound. It cannot see anything. That's why it can walk up right next to you. As long as you don't move, As long as you don't walk around, it won't hear you, and it'll walk up next to you, stop there, and then it'll walk away. So as long as you don't make sound near it, you're fine. But if you make sound near it, it'll start chasing you, and then if it catches you, it makes you respawn at the beginning of the level, and it drops your item if you have an item in your hand. Flashlights can never be dropped. It's anything in your left hand only that can be dropped, which there's objects that you have to pick up in this map for the puzzle. So if you have one of those objects in your hand, it'll cause you to drop the object, which is going to be super funny because now you have to remember where you dropped it, and then you have to find it in the water. And then you pick it back up, and then you have to bring it to the location it needs to go to. But if it's hard to explain why you can't die in this game, but you can kind of die. It's hard to explain without ruining the story. So I'm not trying to get too much into the details of the game. We're just kind of working on some stuff that we can do on stream. Is the monster invisible or does it live in the water? It's invisible. It throws me off that the debug lines are so delight from this after the sound. So, Dustin, that's because you're hearing, what you're probably hearing, the delay, is the initial click that the monster does, and then there is echoes that happen after the delay. So that's why you see the debug lines, is because the debug lines get drawn here. Oh, not here. They get drawn here, and that happens after the initial click is finished playing. So once it plays the initial clicking track, then it shoots out the echo line traces. So there is a slight delay because you hear the first clicking, and then we line trace for echoes. If not a more aggressive click sound when it attacks, maybe a lower bassy growl. We could add something maybe like that on the initial, like, oh, I heard something. That's what we were talking about early, Doc, was like the first time it hears something and it starts chasing the sound it heard, we might do some sort of like squawky, squealy kind of, I don't know, thing that like, oh, I heard something, I gotta go attack it, right? Like we might add something like that on the initial, it heard something, so you know it started chasing. And then the clicks just happen more often. So that's what we did on here, is we set the click rate. So what these are is the number of clicks it sends out, like how often it sends it out, right? So when it's idling, it's every 8 seconds. When it's roaming, it's every 5 seconds. When it's chasing, it's every 3 seconds. And attacking, it doesn't matter because it's going to be over pretty quick. Because when it enters attacking state, it just means that like it detected the player. I'm going to respawn the player. I started driving a Python school course yesterday, and I remember why I hate learning programming and how bad classes are, finding so many mistakes and accuracies. Yeah. So is movement sound, not breath, lights, gear? So it's movement sound, not breath, lights. Yeah. So all it worries about is when you like, hey, watch, when I hit play, what's kind of disconnecting here right now is that the player's footsteps aren't set up. Like the footstep system is there. I just haven't implemented the sound effects for it yet. But let me get this thing away from me so I can show you guys what it's doing. So if you look, when I walk through the water, you'll see it offset splashes back and forth, but they're small. Okay, here we go. So watch, when I walk backwards, do you see how there's like little splashes that happen? But there's just small splashes and they're offset. If I run, watch what happens when I run. Do you see how they're bigger splashes now? That just means that those are making more sound. So right now you can't really hear it because, I mean, I might make these splashes a little bit bigger so that you can see when you're walking. The water is also supposed to move. The water reactive system's broken right this moment. So that's why I'm not worried about it too much. But you can see when I walk backwards, it makes bigger splashes. And that's going to be what this thing hears, is those splashes. I just haven't set up the actual splash sound for the player yet, because it's going to be tied to your footstep sound. If it's attacked the player, you already died, restart. Yeah, exactly. If you're silent, can it walk right past you, or does it have a larger radius for close detection? So if you're silent, if you're standing still, it'll walk right by you. But I'm saying like walking and running both generate a sound event that gets created in the world. The walking sound event can only be heard from a certain distance away. The running sound effect can be heard twice as far away. So that's kind of how the system works. So if I walk up to an area and I see the water splashes are coming towards me, right? And it's not super fast, like it's just roaming, pathing normally, then, and I haven't heard the screech, which I think we're going to add some sort of like yell, scream, screech thing in there, like it sees you or it heard you. You can technically stop moving and watch it walk right in front of you. And then once it kind of paths away from you, then you can move again. And it won't kill you then. Because it literally only responds to sound. Now, if it's chasing a sound that you made and it gets within a certain distance of you, then it kills you. It's like hide and seek. The moment he touches you, it's over. Pretty much. I did not add a splash sound for my running yet. Not yet, Trina. So good. I know, right? Sounds pretty neat. Whole system is looking so shiny and amazing. It's coming out pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it so far. Power's off due to safety, right? Just this area up here where you start is lit up a little bit. Yeah, I mean, there are some like lights that are underwater that are flickering, and like there's some stuff that just doesn't make sense. But like again, without ruining the story, I can't tell you why things make sense and don't make sense. What did I decide for the clicking? It was kind of like a Predator click that we kind of just changed the pitch on it a little bit. Ooh, bank vault. It is coming out pretty neat. Ah, hi. What's up? A bit. The restaurant? Did you tell Mom? What did she say?
She said she wants something light. So she was saying she might get soup if we want to go.
Okay. Let me just wrap up this water monster, and then we'll go. You can deal with it.
No, I hate how inconvenient it is.
What, to wait?
Huh?
To wait?
No. The stupid water monster.
Oh. Have you seen him? Huh? He's invisible, but
Yeah, no shit.
but like I got the sounds working, all that stuff, and he makes little clicky noises, and he can hear you, and he can run at you if he hears you. And then if he catches you, it makes you drop your items and then respawns you. Yep. Too much the bats. Well, it's kind of like a bat thing, yeah, I guess. Yeah, let me wrap up the water monster, then we can go. That's game development for you, though. Okay, so what we need to do, though, is on update state. No, we have update move speed right here. So in update move speed, we need to be able to tell it to do a random move speed. So let's do set move speed really quick. Because remember, the other part of this, guys, is right now your sprint speed is faster than his chase speed, which means you can always outrun him and get away from him. However, what we're going to do is we're going to add a randomizer in here that will say, like, when we start chasing, we're going to randomly set the speed from something that's slower to you to something that's faster than you. So whenever it starts chasing, it will randomly pick its speed, and it can either be faster than you or slower than you. You won't know because it'll be randomized. So the best way to play this is just don't let him hear you. You know? Great time, right? Do you fall over? Is there a change for it? When you get attacked, I'm probably going to make some sort of effect, some sort of sequence that plays or whatever. I don't know. Something that'll like illustrate that you got like killed. Like, you know, like tackled underwater and then you'll wake back up or something. But for right now, it's just going to just like instantly reset you. That kind of stuff will add like once we come back to polish this some more. This is just, I want to get the logic working for now. Because I'm slow. Yeah, pro tip, just don't die. Oh, no, you can't slip. No. You can't fall over or anything like that when you're just running. Sure. Something, yeah. Well, no. Yeah. Sorry. So that is how it works right now. If he's just roaming around, he is slower. He's much slower than you. However, as soon as he hears something, he'll make a screech, which we haven't added that yet, but he'll make a screeching noise, and then he'll start running at it. Now, the speed at which he runs at it will be randomized. Yeah, just win. Pro tip. Yeah. Would be chaotic if you could slip. Yeah, but that's like a whole other thing I have to program, and like, I feel like something like that takes away from like the skill of the player, right? If you just randomly slip and fall, like it's like, oh man, I died because the game just like RNG'd me to death, you know? I think it feels better if you die, it's like because you messed up, not because the game was like, ha, sucks to suck. You know what I mean? At any point you think you're gonna lose, just win instead. Yeah, I mean that sounds logical to me. Super Mario. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. There's no exhaust in this game, so you have no stamina with your sprint in this game. You can sprint as long as you want. It's just in cases like this, there's consequences if you sprint because sprinting makes more noise in this level. But there is no stamina bar in this game. Succeeding the chance? Yeah, I know, right? I don't know how do I add Keck W? Do you want like a work a Keck W? All right, let's just add this really quick before my daughter probably murders me and eats me instead of Mexican food. So we are going to add a Boolean should randomize. We're going to expose that. And by default, it'll be false. And what we'll do is we'll set this. Max walk speed will be set to move speed, which is what we pass in. Okay, so then what we'll do is we'll do a select. And we're going to should randomize. If false, then we're just going to use the move speed that was passed in. If true, what we'll do is we'll pass in a random float in range. We'll go from 300 to what is the player's move speed in this level? Your sprint speed is 325. Would 350? Well, I know it, like, Ask Turtle. Is it like a bit redeem or something? I don't know. Oh, if he's fully wet, he's slower? No, it doesn't change anything like that. Again, it's kind of hard to explain like some of the design choices that I made for this game again without explaining the story, which I'm hoping you guys can figure out when you play it, you know? Six, what's up, buddy? Holy shit, it's been a minute. How you been? What a boon player. No, it's, so I made a system, if you guys haven't seen this yet. Well, you probably can't see it too well behind me, but I made a system so that every level that you go into, it can control some stats about your player, mostly about the flashlight and the movement speed. Bigger maps, I give you faster movement speed because obviously I don't want the game to feel super slow. But then smaller maps, I give you slower movement speed so that when you're in a small map, it doesn't feel like you're Sonic the Hedgehog. And then I changed the light settings, like the flashlight settings, because there's some maps that like the post-process changes things, the environment effects changes things. And it just made it really annoying to try to like play the game and like kind of try to like figure out settings that work for every level when I could just make a system that when you load into that level, it automatically applies those settings to your character so that like I can tweak per level what your player's movement speed is and your flashlight brightness and all that stuff. Let's just do this. Okay. Now that I'm off that, actually, let's just do this. Let's put this over here. Not good enough. Minimum of 300. So your movement speed's 325. So maybe we should do something like, is 350? I mean, it's 25 speed faster than you. Maybe like 375. Let's try 375. So now it randomly picks a speed between 300 and 375. So it could be slower than you or it could be faster than you. Our regular movement speed is 600. I think that's what it is by default, is 600. But it just always feels way too fast to me. But you know what's really cool? Did I tell you about how the walking works in this game? Or were you here when I explained how the walking system works in this game? Baby girl is doing good in the womb still, not 5 months. Yeah, that's awesome. Congratulations. I'm doing pretty good. 400 it might be too fast because that's like if our movement speed is 325 at sprinting, that gives it 75 units to be above it, which means in like most cases it'll be faster than you. I think at 375, that's about 50, a chance of 50 faster than you and 25 slower than you. So like, there's still a chance that you can outrun it, but it's just more leaned towards being faster than you. All right, Henry, yeah, appreciate you stopping by. Have a good night. Sleep well. Would be terrible on your game, true. No, not per map. So the walking, I do procedural head bob and footstep noises based off of character movement speed. So like when you start running or you start moving faster or whatever, it procedurally changes how much the camera bob is. And when you start, like when you're idling, how it just gives like a subtle breathing. All of that is procedurally done based off your movement speed. I do some calculations in C++. So what's really neat is I can set the character movement speed to like 600 and it will automatically change. Like it would probably think you're sprinting. So the camera will be really bouncy as you move around. But it automatically changes how often the footstep sound is played and it changes how bouncy the camera is. And that way, again, in this system where I can change it per level, it automatically changes. Prior, hello, how you doing? It automatically changes how bouncy the camera is, how often the footsteps play, and it does all of that automatically based off your character's movement speed, which again is now customizable per level by just changing the values that I put into this this map, right? So I have the level, and then you just change the values of it. So it automatically procedurally changes all of that for me. It's really, really, really nice, especially because I don't have a character model, right? So you can't like tie footstep sounds to like the animation. You can't change, you know, the camera bob. There's like nothing to attach like it to a bone or anything like that. So I have to procedurally do that all because there's no body. And so I found a really nifty way of, it's not a lot of code either, but it just like automatically takes the character's movement speed and it adjusts some variables and it plays camera shake and footsteps. And then it obviously, like normal footstep systems, it queries the surface that you're walking on and it plays sounds based off what you're walking on. The less things you need to adjust manually, the better. Yeah, it's super sweet. I really like the system that I created for this. What engine do you recommend if I can't run Unreal Engine? Depends on what you're trying to do. Are you trying to do 2D, 3D? Are you trying... I mean, 2D, 3D is, I guess, the big question there. Unreal is kind of a hog. Have you... Also, the other thing that you can try is you can try reducing the scalability system. So if you come up in this right setting, there's like a little cog wheel with settings. You go in there, engine scalability settings, and you can change these down to like low. It'll make your level look like poop, but you can still get in here and do all the programming, make all the logic. You can still build the levels and do all that other stuff, and then you can just come back to do like lighting and other things like on like a beefier computer. That's an option. Otherwise, it depends. Yeah, if you want to do 2D or 3D. I've heard really good things about Godot and how lightweight that is. It's open source. It does 2D and 3D. So I've heard really good things about that based on 3D. So yeah, if it's based on 3D, I would definitely try out like Godot. Unity could also be lighter weight than Unreal. I don't really know about that for 100%. But from what I've heard, Godot is pretty good on resources and all that stuff. I would highly recommend checking out that one if it was me, if I was in that situation. But you know, I'm also obviously an Unreal fanboy, so I've used Unreal like my whole entire life. Okay, so what else do we need to do with this monster, guys? It changes its movement speed. Oh, we need to go into here, and we need to tell it when to use that. So it should randomize. It should randomize here. Should not randomize there. It should not. It should only have to really randomize it here, to be honest. Okay. Has its own script. I think it does. I think it has Godot script, and I think it does C#, but don't quote me on that. It's not really optimized for 3D, is it not? Okay. I thought that they were getting better with it. Like the recent updates to Godot were more optimized to 3D. I need audio. It's killing me right now. Being silent. Super great for that though. Interesting. Mr. X Epic colleague told us we should develop in high rather than epic scalability setting because that's definitely better. It's realistic to optimize for 60 FPS. With Epic, you're likely to hit 60. You're unlikely to really hit 60 constantly. In Epic settings. So for this, you're saying that they recommend aiming for high, 60 FPS on high. Huh. I mean, oops. I mean, I'm capped at 60 FPS right now on Epic. Like I'm hard locked at 60 FPS. I mean, I have it locked to in my settings, I have it set to 60 FPS, but I mean, like I'm pretty much locked on it in this level, which is super odd to me because this level is like really big. It's like one of the biggest levels in the game, I think, actually. Editor versus plan editor. Still locked at 60 FPS. I don't know if you can read that on stream. I think it heard me. It definitely heard me. Oh, it heard me. Yeah, I'm capped at 60 right now. Oh shit, it still heard me. It still heard me. Okay, okay. No, please leave me alone. Okay, please leave me alone. Please leave me alone. It's right there. I just got out of the hearing range of it. Whew. That's actually kind of intense. I think once we get the player movement sounds and stuff in here too. Once your project reaches a certain size. Yeah, that's the thing I always kind of tell myself too, is that like, you know, the editor is definitely going to be like rough. But I mean, I have a 3080, which I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not super great. I'm pretty sure it just walked right in front of me right there. Keep above 25, really? My goal is to try to run on, I guess, high settings then. High settings on a 3060 at 60 FPS. Loading forever. The first few times you open up Unreal, it definitely will take a long time to load because it's going to be compiling shaders and stuff. Dude, this is so freaking creepy hearing these echoes. Like, I've got jazz music playing and stuff right now, but I feel like the occlusion isn't working right on the attenuation. It's mostly CPU cap. GPU cap down. Interesting. So what I've done with this game, though, Matella, I think I told you about how I programmed this game, but I created exotic hello. I created God, this is gonna be so trippy to play without the freaking line traces. I created a loading system for this game that uses the streaming level streaming, and so like it loads the level that you're in currently, and it loads the next level. So there's only ever 2 levels in memory at one time, and then when you transition into the next level, it unloads the previous level and it loads the level after that. So while there's, you know, a bunch of levels that it can possibly load, only 2 of these are ever in memory at one time. Yeah, it's kind of a neat system. It took me some like testing to get it to work, but it's really neat that it optimally loads in the maps that you need and it unloads the maps you don't need. But I had to create that system by scratch. That's not a system that's built into Unreal. Oddly enough, you know what's funny? Unlit mode, I get 50 FPS. But I go into lit mode, it goes up to 60. It's almost like it's occluding stuff that it can't see. Will it able to transit between levels? Yeah. I don't want to, it's part of the stuff I'm keeping secret though. So I can't show that, but yeah, you seamlessly go between levels. More to render? I don't know, maybe. I have no idea why. The green and red lines are representing tier 1. So the there's the invisible water monster, right? And he walks around and then he makes a clicky noise. And then what the green and red lines are what I'm calling echo lines. So what it does is it makes the clicky noise and then it shoots out 3 to 5 echoes. And what that's doing is it's doing a trace looking for surfaces to hit, right? So if this guy's here, right? This is the bad guy. Brush. This is the bad guy right here in the middle, right? He does a little clicky noise, and then what it'll do is it'll shoot out those red lines looking for surfaces to hit, right? Let's say it shoots out that many lines. As soon as it hits a surface, it turns to a green line after that. And what that means is that this is the full distance that it's checking, but it hits something right here where it transitions from red to green. And this is where it'll play an echo sound at. So every so often it shoots out clicky noises, and those clicky noises then shoot out echoes, and that's what these are. So they're just looking for surfaces to echo off of. And the lines turn green once they found a surface. But they're red until they find a surface to echo off of. Then loading the next level would make sense. Yeah, that's why I wanted to load the next level, is to make it so it's pretty seamless to go into a level. And then once you get into it, it loads the level that is after it and it unloads the previous, so that you can transition seamlessly or fairly seamlessly into the next level. And then I don't really care how long it takes to load the next level in the background, because there's never going to be a time where you beat the first, like the level that you're on, faster than the next level can load, if that makes sense. Please delete the spooky monster. Yes. Do you need an SSD? You don't need one, but it'll be faster if you do. You can run it off a regular hard drive. It's just going to take longer to load things. So anyways, that's kind of how like the line traces are working for this guy. He just shoots out echo lines, that's all. And they're only there right now so that I can debug things. Once we are done with debugging it, we're just going to come over here and we're just going to turn this to none. And now we won't see the lines anymore. All we'll do is we'll just be able to hear his clicking echoes. And that's what this is doing right here. So it's shooting out that line. If it finds a blocking hit, which means it turns green, it's going to spawn a sound at that location. And based on how far away it is, we change the pitch of that sound. So the lower the pitch, the further away from the invisible monster that echo was. Nanite requires an SSD. Why would Nanite require that? Does it load stuff off the disk for that? I thought it just did stuff in memory. Do you want to wait 15 minutes to try something out? I get you. It's just kind of like the process of how chunky Unreal can be at times. I mean, the way to speed that up is increasing your RAM, get an SSD, and install the engine on that. I have mine on an NVMe, and it's super fast. So if your computer supports NVMe, I would suggest putting like a, going out. I mean, you can get those drives I think relatively cheap now. It won't be a big drive, but enough to at least hold the engine if your computer supports it. And then so have like a faster hard drive so you can load faster, and then as much RAM as you can possibly fit in your machine, and that'll help like your loading times drastically. I think in this machine I think I only have 64 gigs of RAM right now. Don't remember if this one can go higher than that or not. But then I just run it off an NVMe, and it's much faster that way. If your CPU and your GPU are still relatively good enough to handle Unreal stuff. Okay, is the water monster done then? Aside from resetting the player. I think it's done. So let's do a quick recap on how the water monster works. The water monster starts out idle. It updates its state to idle whenever it goes into this, and then it waits for somewhere between 7 and 13 seconds. Once that's done, it goes into roam, where it will update its state to roaming. It'll find a location to roam, and that location is based off the player location. If the player is close enough to it, then it just picks a random spot within a certain distance around itself to go to. If the player is too far away, it picks a random spot around the player to go to, and it'll go towards the player. And that's what the roam does here. Once this is done, it goes back to idling, unless at any point during roaming or during idling, we get a chase noise event, which comes from the water monster's perception system. That will then send us into the chase noise state, at which case we are updating our state to chasing. We update our movement speed to a random value, which in this case is a random value from 300 to 375. And then it tells it to run to the location. Now, the location that it's roaming to, in this case running to, is the last location that was set by right here, by the perception system. So it's going to go to wherever it heard the noise from. Once it gets to that location, if it doesn't hear another noise, it's just going to go ahead and update its movement speed back to walking speed and go back to idling. If at any point during the chasing it gets an attack player event, it goes down into the attack player state, updates its state to attacking, sets its movement speed back to the walking speed because it's going to kill the player here, and then we have a function that it calls to just respawn the player, in which case once that's done it goes back to idling. I think that is good. So then in here, we have a couple functions that we run on begin play every 0.75 seconds. It's checking if the AI is moving. If the AI is moving, it will spawn a splash and play a sound effect for it. On tick, it is adding up delta time, and it's going to have a click rate variable that gets set based off which state it's in. So we set it right here. And this is how many seconds between clicks. Once that hits that, it'll emit a click and then reset delta time. And it'll just keep doing that on tick. So this is just sending out clicks. The perception system here is looking for sound. Once it hears a sound, it sends off that event to the state tree, and it sets our roam location to whatever the sound's location was. And then when we emit a click, it plays the clicking component on the thing. And when that's done, it shoots out anywhere from 3 to 5 line traces looking for echo clicks to be sent out. And that's pretty much all the monster does right now. Is there anything else we talked about that the water monster would do that it's not already doing? Building lighting sucks. I'm so glad Lumen got rid of that, as long as use computer supports Lumen. Yeah, building lighting sucks. It's the worst thing ever. Absolutely the worst. I think that's everything. I feel like we talked about one more thing, but I don't remember. How does it chase? Does it latch onto the actor making any noise, or will you be able to distract it by throwing things? So I'm not going to allow you to throw anything, only because the only items you can pick up in this level are the puzzle items, and I don't really have a throw functionality for it. So the way chasing works, let's bring out the handy dandy thing here. The way chasing works is you have the monster, right? And then you have the player. I'm almost done. Right? So this is the player in blue, the monster's in red. When the player moves, it releases a audio sound. The monster detects the audio sound and runs to the audio sound, right? However, this audio sound range is dependent on whether you're walking or you're running. If you're walking, the range may only, include this area. If you're running, it may include this area. And then this has a AI perception component that can hear in a certain range. So the way that chasing works is you need to, if you're running, obviously this is overlapping, but if you're walking, it's no longer overlapping. And the last sound that you have created would have been right here. So if the player, right? I was hoping I could cut that or draw it. If the player moves to over here by walking, right? The walking radius is outside of the perception radius. If you move to here by walking, the AI will path to this last sound. However, it doesn't know you're here. So it continues chasing. It continues chasing until it no longer hears a new sound. Every time you move, you make a new sound, right? So this technically makes a sound right here, right? Because you moved to here. But if you walked to here, it's only a radius of this, right? Which might now be outside the radius that it can hear it from. So the idea is that you need to sprint, get away from it until you are outside of the walking hearable distance, and then walk further, and then probably stop moving. That would be my best suggestion. Because once you get out of the sprint radius and it's just in the walking radius, you can try to outwalk at the rate at which it's gathering up on you. It's going to instant kill you, yes, if it gets within range of you. So in this case, if I stop walking here, but it, for some reason, it heard me here, it will run up to me and kill me. However, killing you is not a massive punishment, because all it's doing when it kills you is it respawns you at the start of the level. It makes you drop, if you're holding a puzzle item, that puzzle item, so anything in your left hand that you can pick up, so your flashlight you'll never drop. But if you're holding a puzzle item, it'll drop the puzzle item wherever it killed you on the ground, under the water, good luck. And it will teleport you basically back to the start and respawn you back at the start. That's what'll happen if it catches you. So the idea is that you have to kind of get away from it, and then hopefully that you get to a safe spot and, you know, don't die. How would you know if you are far enough away? Trial and error. This is the best way I can describe it. Kind of what I've kind of thought, my train of thought on this is get into a long corridor, run, try walking for a little bit backwards, looking back at the splashes, and see if it stops. If it's still coming after you, then start sprinting again. That's kind of my solution to it. So like run, turn around, walk backwards, and see if the splashes stop somewhere. And if they don't stop, if they're still coming at you pretty quick, then you turn around and run again until you get far enough away, and then turn back around and walk. That's kind of my... Oh, where am I? That's kind of my solution. That's like the way I would play it. But yeah, you're kind of... The idea is you need to not make noise near it. The first step, right, is just try not to sprint when you're near this thing. If it's really near to you, just don't move, right? Unless it's clicking like crazy or you heard it screech. If you heard it screech, then just run. If you hear it screech, get out of there. If you don't hear it screech, I would just recommend standing still until it goes away. But that's kind of how I think that you should survive the chase. The only time that this won't work is if it randomly chooses to run faster than you, in which case I think you're just going to die no matter what. I don't know if there's a way to outrun it if it randomly chooses to run faster than your sprint, because that's always going to be gaining on you. You'll never be able to get out of the sprint radius. You know what I mean? I like the idea. I'm trying to figure out the logic and blueprint to drop a holdable object that's being held with a physics handle to make sure it drops in place on the ground. There's the whole thing that I have to go into that with Super Mario, but my daughter's going to kill me if we don't get Mexican food here soon. So that's kind of how the chase sequence works on it now. So the only thing that we have left to do is add a screech. Of some kind, which I think we'll start... How about this? We'll start Thursday with the screech. And then we should be good to wrap up the AI in this. And then we just got to start working on spookies in this. Because remember, this is just the AI that you have to deal with. There's still jump scares that get randomly triggered in here too. So we got to go through and start adding jump scares next. Because like I said, there is one level that I can't stream because the puzzle, it'll have kind of an AI in that one. And then I'm trying to think. There's an AI in the last level that I already have kind of working, so we might not need to do that one. The next level's AI actually needs to be created. That one I got to come up with the mechanics for still, so maybe you guys can help me come up with some mechanics for it. I have a general idea of what I want to do with it, but like not sure yet. So, but yeah, let's plan on starting Thursday stream with adding the screech when it detects player sound the first time. So like basically when it first goes into here, we do a screech. Which probably won't be too bad because what we'll do is just on here, successfully sensed, we'll just do like if this does not equal chasing already, then we'll just do that, and then this will be the screech. I'm trying to go fast so that I can finish this up really quick. So we'll have to come up with a screech sound for that. I want to put something in here just so that we... Alright, just gonna put something in there so that on Thursday, when we hear that, I'll be like, oh yeah, that's what I gotta fix. But it should just be this logic actually right here. So when it successfully hears something, if the player is not chasing when it hears it, then just play this sound. Yeah. There. So now we're just gonna fix that on Thursday, or come up with a sound effect for it, so that we can hear it like screech. And then the next time it gets a relocation thing, if it's already chasing you, it won't play it again. In the full release, I know when I forget to replace it, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. All right. Turtle's on. I don't know how long he's been streaming or how long he plans to stream. He's playing Phasmo though. He's been on for 2.5 hours. Okay, we'll just send you guys there. I haven't got to raid Turtle in a while, I feel like. Unless I did it recently and I really forgot. Exactly. Shut up. Again, guys, I appreciate y'all being here. I'm going to go ahead and rate us out on Twitch. If you guys are on Kick or on YouTube, I appreciate it. I don't think there's a way I can really rate out on those platforms, but I want to say thanks for tuning in on those if you're over there. If you guys are over here on Twitch, though, you guys will be going to chill with our good friend Semper Turtle, playing some Phasmophobia, relearning it at least. We're going to be back on Thursday. Like I said, we'll finish up this monster, which I think is just going to replace the Scream, test it, make sure that's working good. And then adding the respawn player, which is already there. We just got to hook it up, which is going to be like on a tick event thing. So should be really quick to just wrap this guy up. And then we'll move on to jump scares for this level. We'll come up with some stuff for it. And then we'll start working on the next AI for the village. So appreciate you guys being here. Like I said, we'll be back Thursday. And yeah, see you guys later.